the live button now. We're gonna be live on the YouTube and on the Facebook. All right, so we up. Should be live. Let me check. All right, we are officially live on the YouTube. Now we're gonna be live on the YouTube. All right. Let me see. Can I put the link? The link in the YouTube area. Can we put that in there in the chat? All right. All right, got the link in the YouTube area. Okay, everybody can come on. Uh, let's see here. Yeah, this old school Apocrypha here, and it's all like how this thing, this reading. I need to try to find a more updated one with the regular English in it. This is all I have for right now. Okay, can we get Ezra, first Ezra in the Apocrypha, starting at chapter 1?
Yeah, I got it, bro. Whenever you're ready.
I got that already. All right, go ahead.
All right, ready for the book of First Ezra, chapter 1, starting from verse 1. Chapter 1, starting with verse 1, reads, and
Hey,
Josiah's held.
1 second, brother. 1 second. There seems to be some kind of background when you're talking. I don't know if that's you.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it just noise from my computer, man. That's what that is. Probably.
It's noise from your computer, you said?
Yeah, that's probably what it was.
Okay.
Okay, so it says Josiah held the feast of the Lord Passover in Jerusalem until his Lord, and offered the and
Hey,
offered.
are you reading in the Apocrypha or what are you reading from?
I'm reading from the eastward.
Yeah, I'm reading the same thing.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm reading the same thing.
No, because did you say the Lord's Passover? Is that what it says there?
It says Josiah held the feast of the Passover in Jerusalem unto his Lord.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the Lord. Go ahead.
Okay, and offered the Passover the 14th day of the first month.
All right, so we see that we got that there. You hold that. I'm gonna switch real quick. 1 second. 1 second here. This is in the way. Gotta go out down a little bit. It's in the way. What is this? Okay. All right. So here in second, so there are 3 places where this is kind of saying about the same thing, but it gives a little bit supplement information. So in Second Chronicles, chapter 35 was 1 and 2, it says, moreover, Josiah kept a Passover unto Yahweh in Jerusalem, and they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the first month. And he set the priests in their charges, encouraged them to the service of the house of the Lord. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have this right here. So he set the priests in their charges. And he encouraged them here. We got that. So we're gonna go back to second Ezra. Now we also have Second Kings 23. Talk about the same thing as well. right? It says, and the king commanded all the people, he's in the way. And the king commanded all the people, saying, keep the Passover unto Yahweh your God, as it is written in the book of the covenant. So I'm reading these three different places, because these are all about the same event that you won't read in just one place.
Okay.
Surely there was not hold such a Passover from the days of the judges that judge Israel, nor in all the days of the kings of Israel, nor in the kings of Judah, but in the 18th year of Josiah, wherein this Passover was holden to the Lord in Jerusalem. Right? These are all additional information here we all need to put together when we're going through it. Right? Now we're going to go back to Ezra's and Apocrypha.
Wait, so Salakia, where was you at just now?
I was in 2 Kings chapter 23, verse 21 to 23. I read.
Okay.
And let's go back to first Ezra's in your Apocrypha. And now I think you in verse 2.
Yeah, verse 2, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, read verse 2. Having set the priestess, according to their daily courses, being arrayed in long garments in the temple of the Lord.
All right, so here we said he set them according to their daily course. Right? See, they got in their daily course. So it's an everyday thing. It says, and they was being arrayed in long garments. Right? We wasn't walking around with mini skirts on, stuff down to our knee or whatever like that. It was all the way down to the foot. Long garments in the temple of the Lord. This is a commandment for you to have the garments all the way down.
Okay.
This is how we dressed. All right. No one was walking around like the Romans was and all kind of nonsense like that. This time we had long garments on. I can remember we all priests, right, under Christ to this day. All right, go ahead.
Verse 3. And he spake unto the Levites, the holy ministers of Israel, that they should hallow themselves unto the Lord, to seek the holy ark of the Lord in the house that King Solomon, the son of David, had built.
Okay, go ahead.
Verse 4. And said, ye shall no more bear the ark upon your shoulders. Now therefore serve the Lord your God, and minister unto his people Israel, and prepare you after your families and kindreds.
Right. So they was carrying around the ark in this time. So obviously the ark was removed. Now Solomon brought it in, and at some point it was taken out. And the Levites was carrying it on their shoulders around. They've taken the ark around. This had to be in the time of getting this king's name, where he was tripping, he was acting crazy, and he doing all kind of sun worship and stuff like that. So they obviously Levites took it out of the temple. I guess it would be according to the commandment of God to one of the prophets. So they had moved it, and in Josiah time until put it back, so they don't carry it no more. All right, go ahead.
Verse 5. According as David, the king of Israel, prescribed, and according to the magnificence of Solomon his son, and standing in the temple according to the several dignity of the families of you Levites, who minister in the presence of your brethren, the children of Israel.
All right, so we see that according to the several dignities of the family, how different the three different families of the Levites, they had to stand in a particular dignity. Who ministered in the presence of their brethren, the children of Israel. Go ahead.
Verse 6. Offer the Passover in order, and make ready the sacrifices for your brethren, and keep the Passover according to the commandment of the Lord, which was given unto Moses.
Right, so we got to keep it according to that. Now I'm going to transition real quick to 2 Chronicles chapter 35, verse 6. 2 Chronicles chapter 35, and I'm going to read verse 4 and 6 here. That's what it says. It says, and prepare yourselves by the houses of your fathers. After your courses, there was 24 courses, according to the writing of David, king of Israel, and according to the writing of Solomon, his son. So we see here, there was two writings from David and from Solomon. right? Verse 5. And stand in the holy place according to the divisions of the family of your fathers, of your brethren, the people, and after the divisions of the families of the Levites. So kill the Passover and sanctify yourselves and prepare your brethren, that they may do according to the word of the Lord by the hand of Moses. Right? We have it here. So these are speaking of the 24 courses that was written down by David, and according to what Solomon also written down. All right. Let's get that real quick. Get that. Can someone get First Chronicles? I think it's First Chronicles chapter 24. Pull it up right now. 1 second. We get to it. Oh, look. I'm gonna get First Chronicles. First Chronicles chapter 23. And I'm gonna get verse 6. First Chronicles chapter 23, verse 6. Hold up, this is wrong. I'm in the wrong one. First Chronicles 23 and verse 6. What is this thing doing? All right, go ahead.
First Chronicles chapter 23, reading verse 6. And David divided them into courses amongst the sons of Levi, namely Gershon, Kohath, and Merari.
Yeah, right. So David had separated them into courses, right? And these are the three families, the dignitaries of the Levites. David would put them into their courses, okay? And then we're gonna get the courses. Now jump down to First Chronicles 24. And let's start at verse, what is it? Verse, you know what? Let's read up. Let's start at verse 1.
First Chronicles chapter 24 from the top.
Wait 1 second. Let me pull it up right quick here. Okay, go ahead.
First Chronicles chapter 24 from the top. Now these are divisions of the sons of Aaron, the sons of Aaron, Nadab, and Abiah, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar.
Go ahead.
Verse 2. But Nadab and Abihu died before their fathers and had no children. Therefore, Eleazar and Ithamar executed the priest's office.
Okay, so two of his sons died, and then two of them, Eleazar and Itamar executed the office. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And David was distributed them both Zadok of the sons of Eleazar and Ahimelech of the sons of Ithamar according to their office and their service.
All right, I want to jump down to verse 5.
First Chronicles chapter 24, verse 5. Thus were they divided by lot, one short with another, for the governors of the sanctuaries and governors of the house of God were of the sons of Eleazar and of the sons of Ithamar.
Go ahead.
Verse 6. The Shemaiah, the son of Nathaniel, the scribes, one of the Levites, wrote them before the king. And the
All right, stop right there. So we see right here that Nathaniel, the scribe, he's a Levite. One of the Levites says he wrote them before the king. Well, I was telling you guys last week that when a prophet would come, he goes to Jerusalem, to the temple where all the action is, and he thought to prophesy. What would happen? A scribe, a Levite, he will start to write what he say. They're the one responsible for recording what we have. What we have in the Old Testament and everything else, these are recorded by scribes, but they are Levites. Now you have instances where a prophet was told to write it. He was told to get somebody to write it because the king would burn the scroll or something. But the original people that pen our records were Levites, scribes, that pen these things down for us that we have. We have the records. So what you would do, you would go to the Levites when you're looking for any record concerning anything. Your child, when he was circumcised, all of that, all that's recorded in the temple. A scribe and Levi would record all of that, and all that stuff will be stored inside of the temple. All right? All right, go ahead.
And the princes and Zadok, the priest, and Ahimelech, the son of Abiathar, and before the chief of the father of the priests and Levites, one principal household being taken for Eleazar, and one taken for Ithamar.
Yes, all right. So David is separated them according to the Most High instructions, and the scribe wrote all of them down, and there was one principal household being taken for Eleazar and one for Ithamar. Right? These are the last two sons of Aaron. So they're taking each one, and now you're going to get, these are the 24 courses here, right? This was, I forgot to bring this up when we were dealing with the calendar, because you have these 24 courses, they both go up twice, so that's 48. That's 48 weeks out the year, because each one of them served for 1 week. I'm gonna pull that verse to show you each one of them worked for 1 week, and they go up twice, so that's 48 weeks out the year. And then according to Deuteronomy 16:16, all the males grow up there 3 times a year. So that's 48, 49, 50, 51. So that give us 51 weeks within the Hebrew year. Right? So according to these courses here, they track the entire year of the Hebrew year. So there's 51 weeks in the Hebrew year. And then there is these 24 courses that goes up twice. And then all the courses are up there 3 times in the year to make the 51 weeks in the course of the year. All right. So these are the courses here, right? I don't want to have to go through all the courses. What I'm gonna do later on, I'm gonna come back to these courses later on, because these courses let us know where we are also in history. These courses let us know where we are in history, right? Because this number 10 right here, this 7th course, let me highlight it right here. This course right here, this is the course of John the Baptist's father, Abijah. He was in this course. This is the course that he was in. This is the course that John is also in, Abijah. And right after that course, look what we have. We have the 9th course, which is who? Yeshua, Yahushua. The 9th course is Yahushua. See that? Right after the 8th course with John and his father, you have Yeshua, the 9th course. He becomes the 9th course. So that's why we say when John baptized Christ, he's baptized him into the priesthood. He becomes the 9th course right here. And that's where it would fall in history. Go ahead.
Is this Abiathar and Abiathar? They the same person?
I'm not understanding your question.
Oh no, that's Abijah. Okay, my bad.
Abijah. This is Abijah. Okay. But in the Bible, in the New Testament in Luke, you would have Abiah. They just have Abiah.
Okay.
They have removed the J. They have Abia. I think it's just all that's there. The J and the A is gone. But this is the same course.
Okay. And in First Chronicles 24, this word right here, Abiathar, that's the same person, or
what you mean? What verse you said again?
Verse 6. First Chronicles chapter 24, verse 6.
No, that's different.
Okay.
That's a different. He's a priest.
Okay.
These are courses for the different names of from the 2 sons of Eleazar and Ithamar.
Okay.
Abiathar would be the son of Ahimelech.
Okay.
And he comes out of Zadok. And I have to trace Zadok. I think Zadok line goes back to not one of these two. I think one of these two. His line go back to. His name is slipping my mind right now. Hold up. Let me get it. Let me get it. Let me get it. We need to get first. I'm gonna get it. First Chronicles. We in First Chronicles right now. So we're gonna come back here real quick. Let's get First Chronicles chapter 6. You can go up. First Chronicles chapter 6. All right, I got my brother. First Chronicles chapter 6. I want to get right to the point. And let me get verse 12.
First Chronicles chapter 6, verse 12. And Ahitub begat Zadok. And Zadok begat Salum.
Salum.
Right,
go ahead.
And Salum begat Halkiah. And Halkiah begat Azariah. And Azariah begat Sariah. And Sariah begat Jehozadak. And Jehozadak went into captivity when the Lord carried away Judah and Jerusalem by hand of Nebuchadnezzar.
All right. So Zadok goes back to, this is his line here. I'm going up. So he comes out of Eleazar. Verse 4. Eleazar begot Phanes, and then it comes all the way down to verse 8. We get Zadok. Right? So he comes out of Eleazar, right? Just trace his lineage right here. He comes out of Eleazar, one of the sons of Aaron. So let's go back. Let's go back to verse 20 through 24, is where we chapter 24. First Chronicles 24, and we was in verse, I think 8, 7 or 8. All right, so that's where Zadok comes from. He comes out of Eleazar. I was going further back into Kohath, but that's going too far back. It's got to come to Aaron, which these two sons of Aaron here. Okay, so again, coming down to verse 10, we got the 8th course, which was for John the Baptist's father, Zechariah. And then the 9th course would be Yeshua.
So this is explaining the 24 courses?
Yeah, this is the 24 courses that's here.
Okay.
These are 24 courses and go all the way down. Right, the 24 courses, right? Clearly, as you can see, if it's 24 courses, the courses are not complete, right? Because 2 and 4 is 6, not 7. 2 and 4 is 6, is not 7. 24 courses, right? So it's missing a course. It needs a 25th course. The 25th course, as I believe, is going to be the order of Melchizedek, right? Order of Melchizedek is going to make it, which is the original course, going back to the priestly course, a course that's everlasting. See, these courses here, these men in here, and these courses here, they die. But the course of Melchizedek is a permanent course. It's a permanent priestly order, which I believe to be the 25th course, which you have 2 and 5 and 7. It's complete. You have an additional course. And it could be, I'm not sure, because so far we have 51 weeks in the Hebrew year. I think there might be another one added to make it 52. So we have 5 and 2 is 7. To make the weeks complete and to make the courses complete. So to be an additional week added and an additional course added to make it all complete, coming out to 7. And again, I'm gonna come back to these courses at some time in the future, and I'm gonna go through it, because when you go to all these names here start to tell us where we are in the timeline.
Wow.
When you go to these names right here, they tell you where you are in the timeline of history. And we're not that far.
Wow. So is Jesus in the he's doing the course twice? Because he already comes in the order of Melchizedek, right?
Well, he came to the order, but I'm saying that he came in the 9th course, which is called Yeshua. That's his name.
Khan.
Right? So I mean, if you notice what he was doing, all of the healing and teaching, that's the priestly duties that Christ was doing.
Khan.
Those all priestly duties. And he's within this course right here of his name, Yeshua.
Khan. Wow.
This is the course that he's doing it in.
Okay.
Right. But then after that, he after he finishes, he excels and go into the Melchizedek course. Right?
Khan.
Once he finished what he was supposed to do down here on the earth, he graduated into the spiritual course.
He goes into the Melchizedek.
Goes into the Melchizedek course once he finishes duties here, because now presently, since he left, he's in the order of Melchizedek, right? Remember, the order of Melchizedek is the priestly course that the priests in it don't die, right? When he was here on earth doing it in this 9th course here, remember, he died.
Okay, I got you.
But once he resurrects now and go into the order of Melchizedek, he's in a course that he don't die anymore, and he's actively a priest at present. Which I believe to be the 25th order. Because the Levites not going anywhere. These courses in order here, as I understand it, not going anywhere according to Christ himself. He says, now one jot and one tittle shall pass from the law to all be fulfilled, right? Again, we are far from all being fulfilled. Let's be clear. We only a third in of things being fulfilled. There's a lot more that got to be done. Even when Christ come back, there's still a lot more that got to be fulfilled.
Wow.
So these courses are still going to be in effect even in the Messiah's
So
reign.
around that time, that's when it was handed over to Levi
When they're going to do what? I can't hear you, Tony.
from that time. That's when the priesthood was transferred over from Levi to Judah.
No. I'm trying. No, the priesthood, the priesthood is still with Levi. The high priesthood is now transferred over. The high priesthood.
Come.
The high priest first came out of Levi, but now the high priesthood has been transferred over to the Messiah. He's not a high priest. The high priest no longer comes out of Levi, but the Levites are still priests, right? In the order of Zadok, right? He's coming back. But again, I'm gonna come back to these priestly courses. I'm gonna go through it, and because these names again tell us where we are in history.
Well, is Zadok Melchizedek too?
No. Zadok is a priest. He from Levi, the Levitical order.
Okay.
Zadok right here in verse 6, Zadok the priest. He from the Levitical order, right? This right here is this guy right here. This is the big fight that's happening in Jerusalem in the first century, right? Because everybody claiming to come out of this man's lineage right here, Zadok, right? You have the Sadducees who claiming to come out of Zadok, right? And then you have the offshoots of the Essenes and them who said, well, we come out of Zadok, but we left because you guys up in Jerusalem are corrupted. You guys allow these Gentiles to come in and buy the priesthood and all these other different things. So the Essenes separate themselves, but they claim to also come out of Zadok as well.
Wow.
Right. Then you have a third fraction that's separated as well. They went all the way down into Egypt. All right. They also claim to come out of Zadok because this is the priesthood that the Most High said. This man here, he said he's gonna bring him back when we read in the book of Ezekiel, right? His line gonna bring him back. So everybody's claiming to come out of this man right here, Zadok, his line, because God said I'm gonna bring him back in Ezekiel in the millennium reign. Okay. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to T-Mob and Shabbat Shalom to Gabar just came, and my brother Floyd. Shabbat Shalom, you guys just came on.
Shabbat
Hey,
shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, brother. Shabbat Shalom, Akim.
Pleasure.
All right, from our brother that don't know Hebrew, Shabbat Shalom, he's happy Sabbath, right? Peace Sabbath, happy Sabbath, right? To translate from our brother that don't speak Hebrew. That's
All right, thanks.
All right, okay, all right. Let's go back. Is there any questions before we leave here? Any question before we leave here? Where we are here? Any question?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I got this right. So it's 24 courses twice, which makes it 48 courses.
48 weeks in a year. Yeah.
48 weeks in a year. Okay.
Yeah, no, because there's 51 weeks in a year. In the Hebrew year, correct? 51 weeks. So if there's 24 courses, the courses got to go up twice. That makes 48 weeks, right? And then Deuteronomy 16:16 says 3 times a year, all the males must go up.
Okay.
That'll cover the last 3 weeks, right? It's 51.
Okay.
Right. So in Passover, unleavened bread, all the courses are up there. Right? In Pentecost, they're all up there. In Tabernacles, they're all up there. Okay. Those are the 3 feast days for a week that they're all up there. All right. Now let me get to the one second. Let me get to the one where it shows you that they're up there once a week. So they should be up there once a week. I'm trying to find a verse where they're up there once a week. First Chronicles chapter 9, verse 25, I think it is. First Chronicles chapter 9, verse 25. Let me see, make sure. Yeah, First Chronicles chapter 9, verse 25. Who has that?
I got it.
Go ahead.
First Chronicles chapter 9, starting at verse 25. And their brethren, which were in their villages, were to come after 7 days from time to time with them.
Go ahead.
And these Levites, the 4 chiefs, porters, were in their set office and were over the chambers and treasuries of the house of the Most High.
Right. So we see here they were to come after 7 days from time to time. So every 7 days, the courses will then switch to a different course. So it's every 7 days, every week, they will come. Right? Want to go ahead and show that. All right, so we're gonna leave. I'm gonna hold that there. Let's go back to first Ezra where we were. First Ezra back in the Apocrypha. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to Emmanuel. Shabbat Shalom, brother. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom,
Shabbat shalom, Akim. Shabbat
Shalom.
shalom.
Shalom, man.
Shabbat shalom, E.
What's on, brother?
Hey, Shabbat shalom, family.
Hey, Nathaniel, where you was? You was in what verse was you at in
We just finished verse 6. We're in verse 7 right now.
in verse 7? Okay, go ahead, bro. So hey, everybody, we're in the Apocrypha. We're in first Esdras chapter 1, verse 6. Verse 7, I mean, sorry.
In verse 7 now.
Verse 7. Go ahead.
Okay, and it reads, and unto the people that was found, there Josiah gave 30,000 lambs and kids, and 3,000 calves. These things were given of the king's allowance, according as he promised, to the people, to the priests, and to the Levites.
Go ahead.
Verse 8. And Helkias and Zacharias and Salias and the governors of the temple gave to the priests for the Passover 2,600 sheep and 300 calves.
So we see we had governors for the temple. These men gave for the Passover 2,600 sheep and 300 calves. So I mean the priests very busy sacrificing animals. There was a lot of them. That's why I'm saying when you have these 3 major courses, that's why you have to have all the courses up there, because there's a lot of animals being killed. So you need all 24 courses up there.
Wow.
One course can be there because there's a lot of animals to be put to death.
Wow.
There's a lot of animals, bro.
It's a lot, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's why all 24 courses is up there to help their brother and get all this stuff done. All right?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 9. Josonius and Samaias and Nathiel, his brother, and Asabias and Achiel and Joram, captains over thousands, gave to the Levites for Passover 5,000 sheep and 700 calves.
Right, so we also got captains over thousands. So you have a certain military people that concerned with the temple as well. These were the people that came and got a Mashiach Yahushai when he was in the garden. These captains here, these were the people that the high priest sent to go get Christ when Judas showed him where it was. So these are the captains. Captains of thousands that's over the temple. Go ahead.
Verse 10. And when these things were done, the priests and Levites, having the unleavened bread, stood in very calmly order according to the kindreds.
Go ahead.
Verse 11. And according to the several dignities of the fathers, before the people to offer to the Lord, as it was written in the book of Moses, and thus did they in the morning.
Oh, I forgot one thing to bring out. Let me get it right quick while I remember. I just forgot about these courses here. All right. Let me get it. I want to come to the book of Ezra in the Bible. I forgot to pull this out concerning these courses here. And while I'm here, while I remember, I need to pull this out so we can see this. Because when they came back, Ezra in the Bible, chapter 2. And I want to start at verse, I think it's verse 36. Let me get it. Ezra in the Bible. Chapter 2. And I'm going to start at verse 36. Can someone get that for me? Can someone get Ezra in the Bible, chapter 2, verse 36?
I got it, brother.
Go ahead.
All right, reading from Ezra chapter 2, verse 36, it reads, the priest, the children of Jodiah and of the house of Yeshua, 9,773.
Okay, so we have that's one of the Yeshua was one of the courses that we just read. That was what the 8th course, right?
Yeah, it was the ninth course.
The 9th course, yes. So we have the 9th course came back, right?
Yes.
From Babylon. We have the 9th course that came back. Go ahead.
Verse 37. The children of Emer, 1,052.
Emer was another course as well. I forgot what number course that is. Hold up. Let me see. Let me pull the courses back up again. Verse 24. And I think we're in verse 7. Right? So we have Yeshua, we have the 8th course. This is the 9th course here.
It's the 16th course.
The 16th.
In verse 14.
So we have Itamar, the 16th course. So we got the 9th and the 16th course that came back, right? All right, let's go back. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going with verse 38.
Yes.
Okay, verse 38. The children of Pashur, 1,247 and 40 and 7.
All right, so Pashur is another course. This is 20, I think it's 24 and 8. Is it or? Pashur. This is a course here. Am I missing it? This is a course here.
Pashur, let me see.
This is a unless they translated it wrong. I have Sororim is Pasharim. That sounds different. No, I don't. No. That's incorrect. That's the 5th course. That isn't a course. Let's go back.
Okay, all right.
That isn't a course. All right, go ahead.
Verse 39?
Yes.
Okay, verse 39 reads, the children of Haram, 1,070. 1,017, sorry.
Right. That's a course for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's a course, yeah.
Chronicles chapter 8, verse 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right here, the 3rd course.
Right.
We got 3rd course.
Mm-hmm.
So when they came back from the Babylonian captivity, we only have, I think, 3 or 4 courses came back. It wasn't 24 courses. Only 3 or 4 courses came back.
That's crazy.
That's all we have here.
Okay.
So what had to have happened? They had to have split these courses up to make 24 again.
Okay.
Right? Because the course of Abiah didn't come back. Even when we read in the book of Luke, that's what John the Baptist's father was in. He was in the course of Abiah, but according to what we have here in Ezra, only about 3 or 4 courses came back.
Okay.
So they had to have split these courses up to make the 24 courses again.
Okay.
And split them back up. All right. Just wanted to bring that out.
Okay.
Again, later on, I'm going to go back over these courses here and go to the timeline and show you where we are in history according to these 24 courses.
Okay.
Where we are. All right. Back later. So. All right, let's go back to the Apocrypha.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, go back to the Apocrypha. It was
verse 12.
Verse 12. Go ahead.
Okay, read verse 12. It says, they roasted the Passover with fire, and appertaineth as the sacrifice, as for the sacrifices, they sawed them in brass pots and pans with a good savor.
Right. So with sod, I think sod is boiled. They boiled them in brazen pots and pans
Okay.
with a good savor. All right.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Verse 13. And set them before all the people, and afterwards they prepared for themselves and for the priests, their brethren, and Aaron's son, and the sons of Aaron.
Sons of go ahead.
Verse 14. For the priest offered the fat until night.
So here we hear the priest offered the fat until it was night.
Mhm.
Right here. So that means they started before night.
Yes. Well, but it says they started on the 14th day. So would that mean that they actually did this until the Passover?
Right. So they would actually started probably around 3 o'clock.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Like we said, they between the two evenings.
Yes. Yes.
Start around that time when they killed Christ, when they killed the lambs, and then they would go all the way until it was dark, sundown.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
And the Levites prepared for themselves, and the priests, their brethren, and the sons of Aaron.
Right. So they prepared for themselves. Go ahead.
Okay, verse 15. The holy singers also, the sons of Asaph.
Asaph.
Okay, Asaph, were in their order, according to the appointment of David, to wit, Asaph, Zacharias, and Jeduthun, who was the king's how was that word? Retinui?
Yeah, routine.
Okay, routine. Okay, routine. Okay, gotcha.
Routine. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So who was of the king's routine?
Okay.
Right. So we see right here that we have holy singers. These are men. I want to be clear. These are men.
Okay.
So men singers been around long before women singers. Right here, holy singers, men. Men was singing in the temple, and they was of the sons of Asaph. Want to be clear, right?
Oh, so okay, that's what you're saying. I got you.
The sons of Asaph is what he was, and David put them in their order, right? Obviously, he's being commanded by the Most High how to set that up, because it's the Most High's house, and that's how he wanted it ran. Now, again, if this is how the Most High is setting it up on earth, you would assume that that's how it's ran up in the heavens. What you're right or wrong.
I mean, you would think it would be.
How it would be. So then you would have singing angels then, right? Up in the heavens, singing to the Most High. They sing, right? So that's the Lord's Prayer. On earth, as it is in heaven, right? That's what it says, right? All right, go ahead.
Verse 16. Moreover, the potters were at every gate.
The potters were at every gate, the potters were at every gate. Every exit. Go ahead.
It was not lawful for any to go from his ordinance office, for their brethren, the Levites, prepared for them.
So it wasn't lawful for them to leave their station, their service. They have to stay right there. I'm just showing you that back in that time, everything was in order. Everything is locked into where they're supposed to be at. Everybody performing their duties and service, and it was unlawful for you to switch and move. All right, go ahead.
Wait, Con, I wanted to say something right there too.
Yeah.
So like the angels left their first habitations.
Right, that they out of order. That's why they out of order.
Wow.
Because even in the temple, we see it was unlawful for these men to move from their order, from what they was locked into.
Woo, Con.
Satan, one of them too. He went out of his order. And then we see that's the problem. The problem always been when anyone goes out of their order, what they're supposed to be doing, it causes a whole lot of problems. Go ahead.
Verse 17. Thus were the things that belonged to the sacrifices of the Lord accomplished in that day, that they might hold the Passover.
Everything was accomplished in that day, so they can accomplish the Passover and get it done correct. Go ahead.
Verse 18. And offer sacrifices upon the altar of the Lord, according to the commandment of King Josiah.
Go ahead.
Verse 19. So the children of Israel, which were present held the Passover at that time, and the feast of sweet bread 7 days.
So right here we got the unleavened bread called the Feast of Sweet Bread, right?
Yes. Yes.
You think unleavened bread was something that would just unleaven, it would have no flavor to it? Not according to this verse.
Right,
Not according to this verse.
yeah.
Sweet bread. Listen, you'll be hard pressed to find someone that can make unleavened bread like this. They make it just regular unleavened bread. You know what I'm saying? Or you go buy that Mazza cracker. That ain't got no sweetness to it. It's bland as ever.
Slacky, I was also say, I remember Keys was talking about he went to like a Jewish store that sold like the stuff like that. I think they had sweet bread there. Where he was talking about we went to, like, I think it's over there by Fairfax. I think he said he went to.
They had sweet unleavened bread.
Yeah. He said they had all kinds, like you had sweet, all kinds of stuff, whatever they said. Like because he said
I need to call him. We can get some for this year. Then we need to get some of this.
God, we can do that. Yeah,
we can find out. Yeah, because I didn't know he was saying that because I got some last year. You know what I'm saying? So we need to get some of this sweet bread.
Okay.
From there, I want to get just to show you that this is unleavened bread. I'm gonna get 2 Chronicles 35 and 17. Let me pop up here. Get 2 Chronicles 35, verse 17. To show you this is the same thing. Right? 2 Chronicles 35 and 17 says, the children of Israel that were present kept the Passover at that time, and the feast of unleavened bread for 7 days. So it's the same thing. So here it's called unleavened bread. There is called sweet bread.
Right.
No, that's why you need to read different writers for the same event, because they give you additional information that you wouldn't get just in one place.
Wait. Say that second part again. You said I heard the unleavened bread. What was the second? Sweet bread?
Yeah. You're talking about in the Apocrypha, verse 19, Ezra chapter 1, verse 19. That's where it says sweet bread.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm just saying you have to go read different places to get more information on a particular event, right? This is consistent with what we have again with the gospel. People don't know that the gospel record, they're giving you additional information about a particular event. They think it's repeating the event all over again. Now, certain parts are repeated, but it's repeated because it's going to give to you additional information about that event that you will not find in another gospel. That's why it's written like that. And that's why you have to read all 4. Before they were saying, oh man, the same thing 4 times over. No, it isn't. Read it again and see for yourself. There's additional information there. All right, let's go back to First Ezra, where we was.
Yeah, we just finished 19. When we read verse 20?
Yes, sir.
Okay, First Ezra chapter 1, verse 20 reads, and such a Passover was not kept in Israel since the time of the prophet Samuel.
That's a long time.
Yes, it is a long time.
I mean, this just goes to show you how Israel was just going off. Right? So this kind of Passover was not kept, not even in the time of David, not even in the time of Solomon. It says since Samuel.
So would this time of Samuel predate Saul, or would it be the time of Saul?
Samuel goes back to Saul. Yeah, excuse me, to Saul.
Okay, Saul. Okay.
Back to Saul, the time of Saul. Then Saul dies. He died. I think he anoints David, but David wasn't king yet when I think when David became king, Samuel was dead.
Okay. Yeah.
Samuel had died by the time David became king.
Okay.
Right. So if we're going back to the time of Samuel, we're dealing with when Samuel was alive. Let's go back to King Saul's time.
Right. Okay.
So that would skip David, Solomon, went all the way down. I mean, you would think that such a Passover would have been kept in David's time.
Yes, you would think so. Or, yeah, definitely.
Even Solomon's time.
Even Solomon's time too, as well. I was going to say the same thing. Yeah.
Right. So there's a lot going on that we don't know about. Right? Because people always say, "Man, David, a man after my own heart." When we find out what's up with the Passover, then how that deal?
Right, come on.
Right. It goes to show you that That's how much war David was keeping. He was fighting so much,
Yeah.
taking out Israel enemies. He really couldn't do the passive correctly because his hands full of blood. Right? He couldn't even build a temple. His hands full of blood.
Wow. Wow.
He's warring a lot. He's doing a lot of fighting, a lot of blood shedding.
I'm just grasping the gravity of how deep this is, man.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of background work. There's a lot going on, man, that you don't even know till you kind of like reflect on it. You know what I'm saying? When you read these verses here that speaks of these things. And Solomon too, he was so caught up with these women, he didn't do the passive correct.
Wow.
But then one time he did, like he had like all these like it seemed like there was one time he had like I don't know if I don't know if that was a Passover though, but it was like we did all the stuff for the nation. That wasn't the Passover, was it? We had all those when he killed all those animals for the for the nation. Was that Passover or no?
I'm not sure. Let's get it right quick.
Okay.
1 Kings chapter 4. Let's make sure, because according to that verse right there wasn't one kept that since
That was a good question, Hawk. You said 1 Kings chapter 4? I mean,
yeah.
Uh-huh.
And let me get the verse that was talking about that. One second. Look about killing all those animals, correct?
Yeah.
I think it's 22 daily
22, is that what it is?
time.
Start at verse 21.
Time. 1 Kings chapter 4, starting at verse 21. You ready?
Yes, sir.
And Solomon reigned over all kingdoms from the river unto the land of the Philistines and unto the border of Egypt. They brought presents and served Solomon all the days of his life.
Hold on. I want to read something real quick. Hold on, brother. Can you I want to jump up right quick. Give me verse 19.
Verse 19.
Yes.
Gerber, the son of Uri, was in the country of Gilead, in the country of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and of Og, king of Bashan, and he was the only officer which was in the land.
So he was the only officer that was in the land. When you read up, there's officers here in Benjamin, Issachar, Asher, right? Naphtali. All of the tribes had a particular officer that was in them, right? All 12 tribes. And then there was this other officer. He said he was the only officer that was in the land, right? This guy becomes the 13th officer. He's the 13th officer, right? He was in Gilead in the Sihon, in the Amorites, Bashan. He was the only officer in the land. Why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up to show you that there was 13 officers. Why is there 13 officers? Because people say in the Bible, where's the 13th month? And I'm saying because it's a 13 officer, each one of these officers, they was officer for a whole month in one of these tribes to bring all the stuff to Solomon, their issues, their taxes, whatever, he reports back to Solomon. This one officer right here. And there's 13 of them. It's because this officer have to cover the 13th month. That's what it's 13 of them. This guy right here, Geber.
So what? He's the same officer 13 times, or
no? He's the 13th officer. There's 12 other ones in all the different tribes.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay,
he becomes the 13th officer. He's the only one that was in the land. The other one was in the tribes in Benjamin and Issachar and so on and so forth, right?
Levi, okay.
Hey, sorry, I got a question. So would that mirror like, Christ and the apostles, like, them total be 13? Would that mirror that same thing?
Yes, kind of. Yes, sir. Kind of that.
Okay.
Yeah. But I used it to say that because people want to argue and say we're talking about a 13-month. Where is that in the Bible anywhere? This is one place that kind of alludes to that. There was a 13-month because there's a 13 officer. Because each one of these officers covers a month. It says, I didn't read up, but each one of them covers a month.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, people they're not paying attention to what they're reading. That's why. I mean, this is stuff that they don't slow down and read carefully. They be reading too fast and don't understand what they're reading and getting at. There's another place that tells you there's a 13 months. I'm trying to remember where it is. There's one more place that tells you that there's alludes to a 13-month that's in the calendar.
Okay.
But I'll come back to that later on when we come back to that. I'll come back to that.
You say you don't be mad about what actually happened. You got me in trouble. You got me deep. Protect little ones. Dispose of
Smith,
the right.
Smith, your thing is open, Server Smith. Got to mute up.
Each year, approximately 50,000 children under age 5 end up in the emergency room
Server Smith, do you hear me?
poisoning. Don't leave your unwanted meds where they can find them.
I'm gonna have to mute him. He's not hearing me. Server Smith.
No, that's Yabana's light note.
That's your Bonnie got mute your phone, brother.
No.
All right. Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Service. Maybe he just came in. Shabbat Shalom, brother.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom. You want me to mute or unmute? I was on mute.
No, brother, my bad. My bad, brother. I thought it was you because you just came in, so my bad.
Oh, okay, no problem. Come.
Go ahead. Did you say?
Oh. Shabbat shalom, Ma.
Shabbat Shalom, brother. Yeah, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right, let's go back down. Let's just jump back down to we in 1 Kings chapter 4, verse where we at now?
We just finished 20. Was it 20?
21. Let's do 21 again, right quick.
Tom. Okay, 1 Kings chapter 4, starting at verse 21. And Solomon reigned over all kingdoms from the river unto the land of the Philistines and unto the border of Egypt. They brought presents and served Solomon all the days of his life.
Go ahead.
And Solomon provision for one day was 30 measures of fine flour and 80 measures of meal.
That's his provision just for a single day. This man was exceedingly rich. Go ahead.
Verse 23, 10 fat oxen and 20 oxen out of the pasture, and 100 sheep beside harts and roebucks and follow deer and fatted fowl.
All right, we're gonna stop there. Yeah, I don't know, Tanya. This is not speaking of the Passover exactly. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to read down. Yeah, this was the provision for a day. This was what those officers would collect, and then they would send all that stuff down to Solomon from the different tribes.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, they had to go collect all this stuff and shoot it down to the tribes, stuff like that. And it also tells you in here too that I'm trying to find a verse where Solomon did not tax Israelites; he taxed foreigners. He only taxed foreigners. He didn't tax Israelites. Anyway, we'll come back to that verse. But anyway, now that wasn't. Again, we don't have a Passover that we just reported that Solomon did. I don't remember, or David. You can correct me. I know Gabar is on here. Gabar, if you know if Solomon and David did a Passover in the text, because I do not remember them doing one.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom. I haven't. I'm actually reading through Second Chronicles right now. I haven't seen anything from Solomon or David particularly doing Passover. I know from what I see from as far as Solomon when he established a temple, that looked like it was more like around the time of Tabernacles. But other than that, I don't see a Passover during the reign of Solomon.
Which is crazy. You know,
I mean, of course it happened. It's just that it never got recorded.
Because they didn't do it right.
I mean, I'm sure they did it though. It's just, I don't know why it wasn't never recorded by any, or maybe it is recorded just in one of these other writings that we don't have or something.
It probably wasn't recorded because they wasn't doing it right.
Man, if they did it, let's just start there. if they did it. So again, you thought how Solomon loved all these women. You ain't got time to do all that stuff, bro. You know, you gotta make some provisions and stuff.
I got a scripture that probably can help.
Go, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's the Barbara to my mind. Second Chronicles 30:23 or 26 probably. Yeah. Second Chronicles 30. And I think this will allude to him serving it. When you read it, it's talking about Hezekiah, but it's alluding to Solomon.
Second Chronicles 30 and what?
26.
26. All right. Can someone get that for me? Second Chronicles chapter 30, verse 26.
Hope I got it right. Shit, I'm driving.
Con.
Go ahead.
Second Chronicles chapter 30, starting at verse 26. So there was great joy in Jerusalem, for since the time of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, there was not the like in Jerusalem.
It was not the like Passover. Is that what it's saying? Seven Smith, the like Passover. Is that what it's saying?
Yeah, I think that will be going to the Passover. I didn't read. I'm driving. I don't know if
I'll check. I'll read up right quick because maybe it is. Oh yeah, okay. It's Passover, verse 23. Can you read verse 23? Izar.
Con. Verse 23. And the whole assembly took counsel to keep other 7 days, and they kept other 7 days with gladness.
so. What I'm understanding.
This I thought it was verse 21. My bad, Izar. Verse 21.
Con. Verse 21. And the children of Israel that were present at Jerusalem kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with great gladness, and the Levites and the priests praised the Lord day by day, singing with loud instruments unto the Lord.
Go ahead.
And Hezekiah spake comfortably unto all the Levites that taught the good knowledge of the Lord, and they did eat throughout the feast 7 days, offering peace offerings and making confessions to the Lord God of their fathers.
All right, this is unleavened bread. This isn't Passover.
Right, but I mean, if they keep unleavened bread, I mean, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's unleavened bread. This is not Passover. So,
But would it be safe to say that they kept the Passover if they keep unleavened bread?
I do not know, man. Like I said, Solomon is tripping out, bro. Hey,
That's a good question.
hey, remember, he only reigned 12 years, bro. It wasn't long. It was only 12 years.
But I'm saying this scripture would let us know that he definitely kept unleavened bread.
Yeah, but we'd be talking about Passover. Did he keep Passover though?
Right.
I would have to say yeah, bro, because I don't see no
We
brother
all
going
hope so.
straight
We
to
all
unleavened
hope
bread.
so. You know what I'm saying? We all hope so.
You would hope, right? You would hope so, but we don't
Yeah.
know for sure. We don't know for sure.
Yeah,
It'd be like, yo, we just go skip Passover, go straight to unleavened bread, like because that would be wild.
yeah.
That would be wild.
How could you keep unleavened bread and skip Passover?
Because of first Ezra said Passover wasn't kept like this in the days of Saul. He said since Samuel. He said,
Con. Wow.
This is what Ezra is saying. Was recorded here.
Wow. Wow.
He couldn't say that unless they.
I'm with you.
Wow. He couldn't say that. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. We would hope, but we don't know for sure.
Wow.
They probably have some strange things going on.
Wow,
Yeah, bro.
strange.
Yeah. I mean, again, that would speak to why he only ruled 12 years.
I mean, but think about this. You could say that about us today. As far as like we not keeping it how them brothers kept it in the book.
I agree with that. I can agree with that.
That's why that rehearse the righteous acting.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that ain't talking about that, bro. They ain't talking about
Right.
They ain't talking about that.
Go back. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's talking about the women speaking of the acts of the Most High, not no keeping no feast day. That's not speaking of that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not speaking.
No,
Israelites teach that way, but they're butchering the text. The text do not say that.
Con.
Because the text clearly says at the places of drawn waters. It says there they shall rehearse the righteous acts.
Con.
That's at a well.
Right. That's taken out of context.
Way out of context. That is not speaking of no feast days and nothing like that. No, that's women going to get the water. He's speaking of the Most High righteous acts that he did for Israel. That's what that's speaking of. All right, let's go back to first Ezra. Let's go back to first Ezra then, since we passed it. I think I thought you can
verse
let
21.
what verse?
21.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, read verse Ezra chapter 1, verse 21 reads, Yea, all the kings of Israel held not such a Passover since Josiah's, and the priests, and the Levites, and the Jews held with all Israel that were found dwelling at Jerusalem.
Go ahead.
Verse 22. In the 18th year of the reign of Josiah was the Passover kept.
That's also interesting again. Why did it take 18 years for him to keep such a Passover?
Right.
Why so long?
Mm.
Go ahead.
Verse 23. And the works or Josiah were upright before the Lord with an heart filled of godliness.
So that's where we're trying to get to. Our works to be upright in front of the Most High, right? We're trying to get there. Go ahead.
Verse 24. As for all the things that came to pass in this time, they were written in former times concerning those that were sinned, and did wickedly against the Lord above all people and kingdoms, and how they grieved him exceedingly, so that the words of the Lord rose up against Israel.
All right. So all the things was written there and it rose up against them. I'm gonna get 1 Kings chapter 13, verse 1 and 2. 1 Kings, let me get that one. Read that for me. 1 Kings chapter 13, verse 1 and 2 is what I have here. Is this correct? Okay, that's going up to his history when he was born. Okay, I want to go back to first Ezra. So this is speaking of Josiah's his backstory, how he's going to be born, and what he's going to do to the altar. Okay. All right, let's continue in first Ezra chapter 1, verse 25.
25. Okay. And it reads, Now after all these acts of Josiah, it came to pass that Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, came to raise war at Carchemish upon Ephesus, and Josiah went
Euphrates.
out.
That was Euphrates.
Euphrates. Sorry. And Josiah went out against him.
Josiah went out against him. All right, we got to get this. All right, wait. Continue to read down right quick.
Okay, verse 26. But the king of Egypt sent to him, saying, What have I to do with thee, O king of Judea?
Go ahead.
Verse 27. And I am not sent out from the Lord God against thee, for my war is upon Euphrates.
So he says, I'm not. It says, I am not sent out from the Lord against thee. He's talking about the Lord, our God. The God is sending me against you. It says, for my war is upon Euphrates.
Mm-hmm.
When he's saying Euphrates, he's talking about he's going to go war against Nebuchadnezzar. That's
Oh, okay.
War against. Because Euphrates is where Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom is, on that area in Mesopotamia, right? That's where he is, in that area. He's going to go war against Nebuchadnezzar. All right, go ahead.
And now the Lord is with thee. Yea, the Lord is with me, hasting me forward. Depart from me and be not against the Lord.
He's telling them, listen, the Lord is with me. He's hastening me to go there. Don't be against the Lord. Now he's telling this to Josiah. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Verse 28. Howbeit Josiah did not turn back his chariot from him, but understood to fight with him, not regarding the words of the prophet Jeremy spoken by the mouth of the Lord.
Right. So the Most High sent Jeremiah to tell Josiah, stop, turn back. He would not listen. He would not listen to the prophet Jeremiah. Right? You want to listen to
I'm
Jeremiah?
glad you said that because I was like, who is Jeremy?
Jeremiah. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. I was like, 'cause that sounds too American.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, verse 29. But join battle with him in the plain of Megiddo. Megiddo? Yeah. Okay.
Gideon.
Megiddo. Okay.
Yeah.
The princes came against King Josiah.
Go ahead.
Verse 30. Then said the king unto his servants, carry me away out of the battle, for I am very weak. And immediately his servants took him away out of the battle.
Right. So he was wounded, got hit. He listened to the prophet. Go ahead.
Verse 31. Then got him up upon his second chariot, and being brought back to Jerusalem, died, and was buried in his father's sepulchre.
Where were the kings of Israel and father's sepulchre, the sons of David? He went into the Most High, is what he lost. See, the Most High was not with him. The Most High was mustering on the king of Egypt, right? Go ahead.
Verse 32. And in all of Jewry, they mourned for Josiah. Yea, Jeremy the prophet lamented for Josiah, and the chief men with the women made lamentations for him unto this day.
That it was crying for him, but it's crazy how you see how you can love someone. He did this great Passover. He was following the Most High, but then you have this one instance here where he wouldn't listen.
Yeah.
See that?
Mm-hmm.
He's good. He's good to this time. He's on point to this time. And then that one instance, that one thing not listening cost him his life.
Wow.
It goes to show you just how you got to be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be consistent. You know what I'm saying? So if a prophet come tell you, you got to listen. Not to listen to a prophet. So I'm getting, but even with all that, you're still going to mourn for him. What the women mourn for him, Jeremiah mourned for him, and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Probably mourn for him, like according to the Bible, 30 days and so on and so forth for the nation, right? All right, go ahead.
And this was given out for an ordinance to be done continually in the nation of Israel.
This was done for the nation of Israel to be done, to mourn for him. All right, here we go. Go ahead.
Verse 33. These things are written in the book of the stories of the kings of Judah, and every one of the acts of Josiah, that Josiah did, and his glory, and his understanding in the law of the Lord, and the things that he had done before, and the things now recited, are reported in the book of the kings of Israel and Judea.
Right. So these things are written in the book of the stories of the kings of Judah. All right. Can we get 2 Chronicles 13:22? 2 Chronicles 13:22. Second Chronicles chapter 13, verse 22. Who has that?
I got it.
Go ahead.
2 Chronicles chapter 13, starting at verse, you said 13 and 22?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm at 1 Chronicles, my bad. 2 Chronicles chapter 13, verse 22, and it reads, and the rest of the acts of Abijah and his ways and his sayings are written in the story of the prophets Iddo.
So we have it was written. So that's Abijah and his ways and his sayings are written in the story of the prophet Iddo. Right now, yeah, Iddo. I want to get this word right here, story, because this is the interesting point here with this word story, right? In this word story, I'm going to get it in the Masoretic so we can see what's the Hebrew word there So I'm doing it in real time. You guys can see. 22. So 2nd Chronicles 13:22. What's the Hebrew word here for the word story? You click on it. You can see it all at the same time. It's the Hebrew word is midrash.
Midrash.
This is a midrash. Yes, midrash. For those that are familiar with these fake Jews, you would know that they pick up this term midrash all the time. Midrash goes back into a study, exposition, I'm reading right here, definition of the word, a record or a story. Because they have their writing that they call midrash. They have midrash writing, and people are quick to dismiss the writings and say, wait a minute, that's a midrash. That's y'all arguing and making stuff up. That's the rabbi arguing with the nonsense. But they find the word right here in the text and say, wait a minute, you're saying we're doing this, but listen, it's right here in the text.
Wow.
But the prophet wrote midrash. Meaning they wrote an exposition, a study, a record, or a story. So we're doing the same thing. We're only following what the text says that the prophet Iddu did. He did a midrash. That's what he did. And that's what we're doing. And that's why certain words you read about these people, you got to be careful when you're talking about them, because you might have the story all wrong. You got to check for yourself to make sure that you got it correct. You do the background of it.
Because they might be saying it the right way, but we don't know just because it's them. We saying no.
I'm saying it's wrong because it's right. Because everything they're saying it, then it must be wrong. No. You better go research it, get it correct.
Wow. So it's
midrash. Midrash. Right? It's a study, an exposition, a midrash, a record, or a story. Right?
Or a story, okay.
Or a story. When you hear the word story, you thinking that someone is just making something up, right? That's just the story. That's not really, that didn't really happen like that. You telling stories, bro. According to this word midrash, you got to be careful when you're dealing with it. But the text says that's what the prophet Iddu did, and there's another place too. Let me get another place. Can we get 2nd Chronicles 24:27? 2nd Chronicles 24, verse 27. Second Chronicles chapter 24, verse 27.
2nd Chronicles chapter 24, reading at verse 27.
Yes, sir.
Now, concerning his son and the greatness of the borders lay upon him.
The burdens.
The burdens lay upon him, and the repairing of the house of God, behold, they are written in the stories of the book of the kings, and Amaziah, his son, reigned in his stead.
So we have here the story of the book of the kings. This is one of the books that we don't have. Again, this will also be a midrash as well. So this is in the midrash of the book. And again, this is where these guys get these words from. Again, these midrash and these terms originate with us. People don't understand. These guys they think that when they hear Talmud and they hear these Gemara and these different words, they think these words originate with these fake Jews. No, it does not. It originates with our people. The Pharisees and them, they were Israelites. These stuff originate with them. That's our history. That's Israelites' history. People confuse it and thinking that it's those fake Jews. No, it's not. They have a stolen history. All that's stolen. They didn't write the Talmud. Talmud was written by Israelites that didn't believe in the Messiah, Christ, when it came in the first century. Written by Israelites. They lie to you today. You know what I'm saying? People got this stuff distorted. I'm showing you in the text that the word midrash, when people equate to those fake Jews, this stuff, this is in our records. They have our records. This is not their records. This is our records that they misappropriate because they was converted by the Hashmonean. One of the Hashmonean kings converted them.
And it's like I got a quick question.
Yes, sir.
So when do you think that the actual fake Jews took over like the identity? Like around what year? Do you know or no?
The fake Jews, they converted in the 7th century.
Oh wow, okay.
One of the kings. Now again, you already had some of them that was forced converted in the time of the Maccabees time, right?
Okay.
Even Herod was a convert, right? He was a convert, but again, they didn't respect his conversion, right?
Okay.
They didn't respect his conversion, and that's why I was bringing out a few months ago. I was going through the gospel record and show you that one of Herod's sons, they kept Passover.
Mm-hmm.
They went to the Passover. You know, I was showing you that they kept the Passover. Now I found the historical evidence that says they did keep Passover.
Okay.
Because the text you might say, well, they probably put that in there, but the historical record showed that they was keeping Passover too. That was up there. But you don't see that in what we have in the gospel record today, that Herod's sons were keeping Passover.
Right.
Yeah, they were, because they were converts.
Wow. The converts kept it, and King David and King Solomon didn't keep it. Wow.
Yeah, so I'm saying they kept this off. I mean, again, they didn't respect them as being real, 100% Israelites. You know what I'm saying? But that's the reason why you have a certain group of Israelites called Herodians.
Right.
These Herodians was like, listen, man, yeah, they convert, but they're keeping Passover though. They not us, but they keeping our way of life. So you had some Israelites that sided with them. Herodians.
And do you think the reason why with Herod's son, like, the reason why he kept Passover is because they witnessed what happened with Christ?
Say that again, brother.
I said, do you think the reason why Herod's sons like kept Passover like that? Do you think the reason why they did it is because they witnessed what happened with Christ?
They witnessed what happened to Christ. I know.
Without Christ, like he died and he resurrected 3 days later. I mean, like they were witnesses of that. Do you think that's the reason why they like they kept Passover, or why they why they decided?
They were doing it before that.
Oh, doing it before that. Okay.
They were doing it. They were doing it for the Herod. Herod married into the priestly family.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay,
he married the high priest's daughter.
Okay, that's how he got. Okay. Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah, he married. So there a few of, not all his sons, but a few of his sons were their mother was Israelite. They were like mamzers.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see that. Okay. I got you. Okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay.
So it will make sense if you marry you married the high priest's daughter, you at least honor.
Yes.
The feast day. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
Because it's the only way that the Israelites kind of really they didn't really accept him fully, but because he did that, and he was trying to do the Passover with them, they kind of like let certain things slide, right? That's how he was even labeled the king of the Jews, because they didn't label him. They had their real king. They're like, you ain't a real king, but because of the Romans, we let that slide for now. You know what I'm saying? Right. Hey, and listen, that's the reason why he was so alarmed when the wise man came and says they have found a king of the Jews. They're like, wait a minute, I'm the king of the Jews. You talking about king of the Jews?
Right.
So the Salakia, was the Jewish the ones who attacked us when we was leaving out of Egypt?
The ones that attacked us, he said?
The ones that attacked us from behind? Amalekites, I know, but they direct descendants from Esau. Like a first or second generation. Them still the same one. The Amalekites, the Jewish.
Today, right? Yeah. They appropriated our history again. Yep.
And then they get like blotted out of heaven.
Not yet. They will be.
And they
Well,
said,
yeah, the Most High gonna blot them out from under heaven. He says he was trying to do it in the time of Saul, but Saul didn't listen.
yeah, Saul didn't listen. God.
Saul let one of his sons get away, and then he repopulated, and then because even Haman in the time of Mordecai and Esther, he was a Amalekite.
And he let the king stay alive for a while.
Yes, the king said Saul the king still alive for a while, and Samuel had to chop him up. But he let his son go. He let a few of them go. Not only his son, others also he let live as well. What's so crazy about that situation there? He let some of the Amalekites live, right? And the person that actually killed Saul, guess was who?
Amalekite.
An Amalekite killed him. An Amalekite killed him, and he went and told David, and David was upset, and he killed the Amalekite. And Amalekite killed him. You should have killed them all out.
Yeah.
They didn't.
When the Most High said do something, you better go do it. Do it the way he said to do it. He said clear them all out. Should have cleared them all out. All right, let's go back to First Ezra.
We're in verse 34.
34. Come on.
Okay. Yeah, read from verse Ezra. You want me to read right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. We're reading from verse Ezra chapter 1, verse 34, and it reads, and the people took Jochas, the son of Josiah, and made him king instead of Josiah, his father, when he was 23 years old.
Right. So we see that the people can take a son and make him king.
Right. Which is not, you're not supposed to do that.
See again?
You're not supposed to do that.
Right. They went to the Lord. The Lord supposed to pick the king.
Right. Come on.
People like, no, we gonna pick a king. But I'm saying that to say this that Israelites, they understand that we need a king. We need someone to fight our battles and the wars for us.
Okay.
So if we gotta make one of this king's son king, we're gonna make you king. We need a king. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Again, all this king stuff, all this making the king stuff goes back to following the nations.
Right.
And the Most High was our king.
Right.
We need no physical king. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 35. And he reigned in Judea and in Jerusalem 3 months.
Look at that. See that? Only 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't last long at all.
Mm-hmm.
And the Most High picked him. Go ahead.
And then the king of Egypt disposed him from reigning in Jerusalem.
The king of Egypt disposed him. So we see the king of Egypt, after he defeated Josiah, went on ahead and then battled with Nebuchadnezzar, right? Came back to Judah and took over and disposed Jehoahaz. Took him down. So at this time, Judah, the southern kingdom, was being ran by the Egyptian king. Go ahead.
Verse 36. And he set a tax upon the land of 100 talents of silver and 1 talent of gold.
So he taxed the land. And I actually went into this. A talent of silver will equate to today's time as $384,000.
Wow.
That's 1 talent.
It's probably more because
I'm saying no, 100 not 1 talent. 100 talent of silver is $380,000.
That's a lot of money.
It says, and 1 talent of gold is $5,760,000. Equated in our time. That's a lot of taxes, bro.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 37. The king of Egypt also made King Joachim, his brother, king of Judea and Jerusalem.
Go ahead.
That's more like a tariff.
That's what?
That's more like a tariff.
I can't make out what he's saying. More like a what? More like a care? I didn't understand it.
I couldn't get it either.
All right,
I'm sorry, I was saying that's more like a tariff.
Oh,
Yes.
a tariff. He said a tariff. Oh, a tariff.
Yes. Yeah.
He's a tariff.
Again, all kings did that. Listen, a king, all he wanted was the money from the people. He wanted the tax. That's what he wanted, the crops, whatever. Right? You can go ahead and keep worshiping your God, whatever you were doing. I ain't worried about that. I need my taxes though. I gotta have that. Go ahead.
Verse 38. And he bound Joachim and the nobles, but Zarchus, his brother, he apprehended and brought him out of Egypt.
Good. So got his brother and brought him out of Egypt, or to Egypt. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Verse 39. 25 years old was Joachim when he was made king in the land of Judea and Jerusalem, and he died evil before the Lord.
And he did evil before the Lord.
Oh, yeah, sorry. He did. I'm sorry. Excuse me. He did evil before the Lord.
Right. Go ahead.
Verse 40. Wherefore against him, this was his word. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, came up and bound him with a chain of brass and carried him into Babylon.
Right. That's Nebuchadnezzar, but it's different in this.
Nebuchadnezzar. Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm going to say Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar also took of the holy vessels of the Lord and carried them away and set them in his own temple at Babylon.
So he said, put the most high vessels and put it in the pagan temple. Bad. That's bad. Go ahead.
Verse 42. But those things that are recorded of him and of his uncleanness and impurity are written in the Chronicles of the Kings.
All right, so that's talking about Joachim. He had a lot of uncleanness, impiety is profaneness. It's profaneness, and they are written in the Chronicles of the Kings. All right. Can we 2 Chronicles 36:1? I think that's where it's talking about. 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. Image. Yeah.
Second Chronicles chapter 36 from the top.
Go ahead.
Then the people of the land took Jehoahaz, the son of Josiah, and made him king in his father's stead in Jerusalem.
Go ahead.
Verse 2. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem.
Go ahead.
Verse 3. And the king of Egypt put him down at Jerusalem and condemned the land in 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold.
Go ahead.
Verse 4. And the king of Egypt made Eliakim, his brother, king over Judah and Jerusalem, and turned his name to Jehoiakim. And Necho took Jehoahaz, his brother, and carried him to Egypt.
Right. I want to come here and clarify because the Apocrypha wasn't quite clear. So he took Jehoahaz, took him to Egypt and replaced him with Eliakim, his brother. Replaced him, right? And then he took Eliakim and he turned his name into Jehoiakim. So Eliakim, so the king of Egypt turned his name into Jehoiakim. And then Necho took Jehoahaz, who reigned for 3 months, his brother, the brother of Eliakim, who he turned to Jehoiakim, and he carried him into Egypt. Right?
Hmm.
These are still all sons of Josiah, right? Go ahead.
Verse 5. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord his God.
Go ahead.
Verse 6. Against him came up Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and bond him in feeders and carry him to Babylon.
Right. So we have the first son of Josiah, right? Jehoahaz, he will dispose of 3 months. The Pharaoh took him to Egypt and then replaced him with his brother Eliakim, turned his name into Jehoiakim. He did evil in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord sent Nebuchadnezzar against him. And he bound him with feathers, and he carried him into Babylon. So he took Jehoiakim, whose original name was Eliakim. He's now in Babylon. His brother Jehoahaz, he is in Egypt. All right, they've been banished. The Lord taking them out the land. All right, go ahead.
Nebuchadnezzar also carried of the vessel of the house of the Lord to Babylon and put them in his temple at Babylon.
Right, so it's at this time, I think, is when Nebuchadnezzar, not mistaken, sometimes when he took away, he also carried away Daniel. When he carried away Jehoiakim, he also took a young Daniel was in this captivity too that went into Babylon. All right, go ahead.
Verse 8. Now the rest of the act of Jehoiakim and his abomination which he did, and that which was found in him, behold, they are written in the book of Kings of Israel and Judah. And Jehoiakim, his son, reigned in his stead.
Right, so now his son Jehoiachin went in his stead. So his abomination, 11 years, he had a lot of abominations, which he did, and that which was found in him, which is profaneness, right? I think the Apocrypha called it impiety. This profaneness that was in him. So had to be to the Most High to remove him. And those are written again. We really need these books of the kings and Judah. There's a lot in there that we need to have. We need a lot of information in there that we need.
Wow. Okay.
Listen, they have these records. Listen, they have these. Here's what's interesting, right? The Essenes assert that they have writings from before the flood.
What?
Yes. They assert that they have writings from before the flood.
Wow.
They assert that they have writings from they have writings from Noah, Abraham, Jacob, 12 sons. I mean, not 12, he has 12 sons. He has 12 sons. All the way to Levi's son Kohath. All the way to him. They assert they have all these writings from there, from before the flood, comes all the way to Kohath, the son of Aaron. And this is where we get the testament of the patriarchs from. These testaments and stuff come from the Essenes, from the Dead Sea area, the Dead Sea Qumran caves and stuff. They're saying these things come from them. That Enoch wrote a book, so on and so forth. Other people wrote books. They claim they have these writings. So what I'm trying to ascertain, how can we validate that it's true? that can be validated that is true. Now, according to the book of Jasher, we do have one of the sons of Adam that he does record something on stone. He does record something on stone. Can we get the book of Jasher right quick? Can you get that Jasher?
Uh,
And I want to get I think it's Jasher chapter. I think it's chapter 4. Let me make sure because he talks about Canaan. Canaan wrote some stuff down. And I'm trying to get the point where he wrote this stuff down. He wrote this stuff on stone, but he got the information from Adam. Because Jasher talks about the mixing of animals, right? There was animals and mixtures of species, and the Essenes assert because they have the book of Jubilees. In the book of Jubilees, the book asserts that Adam's son Cain was the one that started all this mixing animal stuff. This in the book of Jubilees. I'm forgetting where it is, but he asserts that he was the one that started mixing in animals. We know animals was being mixed because Joshua confirmed that. Joshua said that there was a mixture of animals. Can we get Joshua chapter 4? And let me get verse 18.
Jasher chapter 4, verse 18.
Yeah, go ahead and read it because I can't let me see, can I pull it up here if I had?
Tell me when you're ready.
Yeah, let me see. Do I have it here? Yeah, I'm doing the online Jasher chapter 4, verse 18. Go ahead, brother.
Jasher chapter 4, starting at verse 18. And their judges and rulers went to the daughters of men and took their wives by force from their husbands according to their choice. And the sons of men in those days took the cattle from the earth of the earth, the beasts of the field and the fowl of the air, and taught the mixture of animals of one species with another, in order to provoke the Lord. And God saw the whole earth, and it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted its way upon earth, all men and all animals.
Right, so there was corrupted. So again, we have corroboration for certain things that's being spoken by the Essenes, that they have these writings, because these writings say certain things. We have certain things mentioned too in other books, like Jasher, that I believe is also canon in scripture. So I'm just trying to find the other stuff that, again, because they assert that they have writings from before the flood. And I'm trying to find the one where Canaan wrote down, by it says, by his wisdom he knew that God would destroy the earth. And he wrote this thing down on these big stone tablets. And Josephus confirms that I think it was either Seth or Adam, or one of them wrote some stuff down on stones, and they wrote it down in this country. I'm forgetting what the country name is. How they call it. Sapphira or something they call it. Josephus said they wrote it in Sapphira or something. But when you look up Sapphira is Egypt. So these pyramids that we see in Egypt could be these big stone monuments that Adam and Seth was writing all this stuff on or inside these big stone monuments, because we know that the pyramids survived the flood. They predates the flood. They're before the flood. It wasn't made after the flood, before the flood. But these big stone objects and stuff like this pyramids was actually made by the people before the flood. And it looked like it was probably made by Adam, Seth, and that line to record God destroying the earth twice. Once by water, which that happened, and then the last time by fire, which is about to transpire in our time or a little bit after us. It's supposed to go down. So I'm still trying to confirm the writings of the Essenes, if there's corroboration for it, that they do have writings that was before the flood. Because I don't read about it in the Ark, or we don't have it in our records. We do have allusion to it in certain books that we have. And again, we have Josephus that speaks about this stuff. Like, yes, there are some writings he's saying that comes from the patriarchs, some from before the flood, and some from Abraham, Jacob's sons, all the way down to Kohath. So you guys stay tuned for that. Once I find that information, I'm gonna bring that information out, because that was some interesting stuff. Then I'm gonna start going off into those books. Okay, I read them. There's some good information in there. Some good information in those books, but I need some corroboration to help bring it forth, to make it more relevant. That we need to be believing what it actually says in those books. So y'all stay tuned for that. And I can't find a verse in here in Joshua where Canaan talks about this. He said he knew by his wisdom God will destroy the earth by fire, and he wrote it down. I don't know why I can't find this verse. I usually go right to it. But once I find it, I'll just come back to it. We'll just read it later on once I find it. But let's go back to first Ezra. And once I find it, I'll just come back and read it later on. Well, if I find it by the time we get off. And we'll go from there. We go back to first Ezra and the Apocrypha.
Verse 43.
Verse 43. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, reading from Ezra chapter 1, verse 43, and read. And Joachim, his sons reigned in his stead. He was made king, being 18 years old.
Go ahead.
Verse 44. And he reigned but 3 months and 10 days in Jerusalem, and did evil before the Lord.
So we have here with 3 months and 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Verse 44. Verse 45. Sorry. So after a year of Nebuchadnezzar sent and caused him to be brought into Babylon with the holy vessels of the Lord.
Go ahead.
Verse 46. And made Zedekias king of Judea and Jerusalem, when he was 21 years old, and he reigned 11 years.
Right. So that's Zedekiah.
Zedekiah, okay.
That's just Zedekiah stuff with Zedekiah.
Yes, Zedekiah, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Verse 47. And he did evil also in the sight of the Lord, and carried not the words that were spoken unto him before the prophet Jeremy from the mouth of the Lord.
Go ahead.
Verse 48. And after that, King Nebuchadnezzar had made him to swear by the name of the Lord, and he forswore himself and rebelled and hardened his neck his heart. He transgressed the law of the Lord God of Israel.
Right. So so Nebuchadnezzar made him swear by his God, the name of God, the Most High.
Mm.
He did. So he forswore himself, right? He lied.
Mhm.
He said, and rebelled.
Mhm.
And he hardened his neck and his heart, and he transgressed the laws of the Lord God of Israel. So God's able to swear by his name, but you got to be swearing, you got to fulfill your word, in which he didn't. And when you read about him, Nebuchadnezzar killed his sons, plucked out his eye. And if the text says he would not see Babylon. But he went to Babylon. But the reason why he didn't see Babylon, because Nebuchadnezzar plucked both his eyes out. So he literally could not see, did not really see Babylon because he lied and transgressed. Go ahead.
Verse 49. The governors also of the people and the priests did many things against the laws, and passed all the pollutions of all the nations, and defiled the temple of the Lord, which was sanctified in Jerusalem.
So we understand how they got way out of order. So we have the people, we have the priests, did many things against the Torah. They passed all the pollutions of the nations. They defiled the Most High's temple, which he had sanctified in Jerusalem. So we see why the Most High putting them out the land also, beside of them not keeping a sabbatical year. All right, go ahead.
Verse 50. Nevertheless, the God of their fathers sent by his messenger to call them back, because he spared them and his tabernacle also.
Right. So he was trying to save them from them going to captivity, but they wouldn't listen. Go ahead.
Verse 51. But they had his messengers in derision. And look, when the Lord spake unto them, they made a sport of his prophets.
So they made a sport of the Most High's prophet. They didn't take these men serious. They made sport of these men. They had him in derision. They mocked these men in this night. Go ahead.
Verse 52. So far forth that he, being worth with his people for their great ungodliness, commanded the kings of the Chaldees to come up against them.
Right. So we see right here. God commanded them to come up against them. But God is in control. Go ahead.
Verse 53. Who slew their young men with the sword, yea, even within the compass of their holy temple, and spared neither young man nor maid, old man nor child among them, for he delivered all into their hands.
Right. So nobody was spared. These people ain't nobody. Don't care you old, you a maid, old man, child. Didn't matter. That's just how the wickedness has spread all the way to the young man, to the maid, to the old man. Everybody was wicked. Everybody got to go. Go ahead.
Verse 54. And they took all the holy vessels of the Lord, both great and small, with the vessels of the ark of the ark of God, and king's treasures, and carried them away into Babylon.
Right. So this part right here is what I'm trying to figure out, because it says, and they took all the holy vessels of the Lord, both great and small. It says with the vessels of the ark of God. Now the vessels that's in the ark of God, I'm trying to figure out what that is. The stuff that's inside the ark, because inside the ark are the 10 commandments. You had Aaron rod and bud, and you had the bowl of manna. I'm trying to figure out, did they take that out? Did they take that? Because they didn't take the ark, but how did they get to the vessels of the ark of God? Still puzzling to this day. I've not figured it out, because they didn't take the ark. I know that much. So I'm assuming they didn't take what was in the ark as well. So this verse is alluding to they took the vessels that was of the ark. It has to either be the poles. They took the poles, Anyway, when I figured it out, I'll let y'all know because I still haven't figured that one out. Go ahead.
Verse 55. As for the house of the Lord, they burnt it and break down the walls of Jerusalem and set fire upon their towers.
Go ahead.
Verse 56. And as far her glorious things, they never ceased till they had consumed and brought them all to naught. And the people that were not slain with the sword, he carried unto Babylon.
So those that wasn't killed with the sword went into captivity. Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Verse 57. Who became servants to him and his children there till the Persians reigned, to fulfill the word of the Lord spoken by the mouth of Jeremy.
Like Jeremiah said, like 70 years, right? Then the Persian and Medes came in. Go ahead.
Verse 58. Until the land they had enjoyed their Sabbaths.
Her Sabbath. Enjoyed her Sabbath.
Oh, sorry, enjoyed her Sabbath, sorry. The whole time of her desolation shall she rest, until the full term of 70 years.
So the full term of 70 years came. So now we got that little brief history there from Josiah coming all the way down to the 70-year captivity in Babylon, going through Nebuchadnezzar and his son's reign, coming all the way to the Persian and Mede Empire, all through that. Now we coming off into the Persian and Mede Empire time now, right? Is there any questions? We're going into chapter 2. Any questions on anything so far before we go off into chapter 2 of First Ezra here? Want to start dealing with this Apocrypha and dive up in here and put this information out. Emmanuel, is Emmanuel there? You still there, Emmanuel?
I'm here. I block.
Yeah, hey, Emmanuel, hey, do you want to deal with that star thing now or no?
Yeah, no, not right now. I'm not at the house. I got it out at the house. I'm trying to make it real.
Okay, all right. All right, can I get a reader for First Ezra chapter 2, starting at verse 1? First Ezra chapter 2, starting at verse 1.
Yes, sir. First Ezra.
Go ahead. Can I hear you, Isaiah, if you talking, brother? I still can't hear you if you're talking. Can anybody hear Isaiah? Is it just me?
I don't hear him either.
I don't hear him either.
Audio problems?
Yeah, yes. So
Can I get another reader?
but you said second Ezra.
Second Ezra chapter First Ezra chapter 2, verse 1.
First Ezra chapter 2, verse 1.
Yes, sir.
Okay, First Ezra chapter 2 and verse 1. In the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord might be accomplished that he had promised by the mouth of Germany.
Right. So now we're coming into the first year. We're coming into the first year of Cyrus, right? This is going to the first year of Cyrus. If I remember correctly, Cyrus names means copper. His name means copper, right? Or would be bronze, and that goes back to the statue that was in Daniel, right? That chest piece after Nebuchadnezzar, because he's the head of the statue, and then the chest area was the area I think was copper or bronze. That area was copper or bronze in that statue, and that would fit Cyrus's name, which is copper or bronze. So we're coming into that part of the statue here with his name. Right, and then we have one. Can we get Bel and the Dragon in the Apocrypha as well. Bel and the Dragon, part 1. One second here. All right, so I just got a call from Tony. They said there been problems with the Zoom. And they're trying to work that out. Bel and the Dragon. Someone know Bel and the Dragon in the Apocrypha? I want to read that first part.
Bell on the wow. Bell and the Dragon, in the first part.
Yeah, I think it's 1 and 2. Go ahead.
Okay. Bell and the Dragon, verse 1, and King Agaius was gathered to his fathers, and Cyrus of Persia received, and Daniel.
All right, so once as Teges, and then he's a Mede. He's a king of the Mede, right? So once he was gathered to his fathers, it says, and Cyrus of Persia received his kingdom. So we see right here, so Cyrus is a Persian, but I said he's a Mede.
Cities.
Yeah, he's also Asuras. He's also Asuras, I believe, Asuras in the book of Esther. He's the one I think Esther marries. I think Esther marries him. Right? Esther marries him. And if my putting together is correctly, if I got the timeline and everything correct, Cyrus' mother is Esther. If I have my timeline correct and my ducks lined up correctly, Cyrus' mother is Esther, or Hadassah in Hebrew.
You are correct.
I'm correct? Okay. And so he received Asadi's kingdom, which is a Mede. All right, go ahead, Yabana.
Verse 2, and Daniel conversed with the king and honor above all his friends.
All right, I want to stop there. That's going up to Daniel, but now we see the situation of how Cyrus got a kingdom. It was when Asadi, the Medes, when he went to his father, he took over his kingdom. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to First Ezra now. Chapter 2. We're now in verse 2.
First Ezra chapter 2 and verse 2. The Lord raised up the spirit of Cyrus, the king of the Persians, and he made proclamation through all his kingdom, and also by writing.
By writing. So I don't know if they found the writing where specifically it says about sending the Jews home. They found the writing where he let the people of his kingdom go back home. But I've not come across where specifically the specific writing mentions the Israelites or Ezra and Zerubbabel and them. That's the part of the writing I think they have it, they're hiding it. But we do know that Cyrus sent people home. All right, go ahead.
Verse 3. Saying that said Cyrus, king of the Persians, the Lord of Israel, the Most High Lord, hath made me king of the whole world.
Right, so how does he know that the Most High God made him king of the whole world? I think because of his mother again. His mother taught him about her God. the God of Israel. Now we know Nebuchadnezzar, we know Cyrus was, he was a pagan god, but right here, this verse is telling us that he said the God of heaven, that would be the most high God. I'd made him king of the whole world. All right, go ahead.
Verse 4, and commanded me to build him a house at Jerusalem and Jewry.
How does he know that? How does he know that God commanded him to build him a house in Jerusalem? I think he had to line up with his mother. This is where his mother was coming in effect right here. And that's how the Most High is using him. Because to some degree, he was taught of the Most High God of Israel. Go ahead.
Verse 5, if therefore there be any of you that are of his people, let the Lord, even his Lord, be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem. That is in Judea, and build a house of the Lord of Israel, for he is the Lord that dwelleth in Jerusalem.
Right. And this goes back to these things where he talks about these different gods, where a particular god was a god of a particular location and region. So when you go into a different location in a different region, you have to show respect to the patron deity of that particular location. Otherwise, bad things happen to you. And this one goes back to the situation when the northern kingdom was taken out of the northern kingdom of Samaria, and the Assyrian brought back these other nations and put them into the land. The Most High sent lions among them because they was not, as the text is saying, they didn't give the God of that land or that region the respect. So they sent back for a priest to come back. He's gonna teach them how to reverence the God of that land or that region and that area. So the text says that they gave the Most High God some respect, but they still worship their gods. The lions was eating them up. And if anybody's seen the movie The Ghost in the Darkness, that's what that movie's talking about. It's talking about that same thing in 2 Kings, chapter 17. I forgot the verse. When lions was eating them up. So you have different regions all over the place where, and we know that this is consistent with nations too. You have a certain god or a certain fallen angel that's over a nation, and that nation, a particular land allocated to them, and that would be the patron god for that particular nation or land, and you would have to reverence that particular deity in certain kind of way once you go into that particular land. All right, go ahead, Yabana.
Verse 6, whosoever then dwell in the place about, let them help him. Those I say that are his neighbors, with gold and with silver.
So the neighbors are supposed to help us, but we know, according to Ezra and Nehemiah, when we came back, these other nations that was in the land, they actively tried to stop us because we told them that they could not build with us. All right, go ahead.
With gifts, with horses, and with cattle, and with other things which have been set forth by vow for the temple of the Lord at Jerusalem.
Right, so there were certain things set aside and certain vows made for the Most High's temple to be made. All right. So again, even before this time, as we read in Nehemiah, when Nehemiah came, the person that was before Cyrus, I said that we read in Bel and the Dragon, when he was on the throne, in the time of Nehemiah, he sent Nehemiah back to rebuild Jerusalem, according to what we read in Daniel's chapter 9. So then we see right after him, we have Cyrus. So Cyrus is speaking of building the temple, not Jerusalem, because Jerusalem at this time was most likely already built by Nehemiah and certain of the priests that came with him to start building everything up. So by the time Ezra came, Jerusalem was already built already. Go ahead.
Verse 8, Then the chief of the families of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin stood up, the priests also and the Levites, and all they who mind the Lord had had moved to go up and to build a house for the Lord at Jerusalem.
So we see the people that came back was all the people that the Most High moved them. He moved their mind for them to go up and build a house for the Lord in Jerusalem. That's why I say if the Spirit is on you and the Most High is putting something in you to go a certain direction, you should go ahead and go and follow that. If you feel a certain motivation to go do something or look into something, you should. That's the Most High impressing Himself upon you to go and do something like we see right here doing. And this is clearly the Most High affected a few people because the text says only a remnant returned. So the Most High only affected a remnant of them to come back, and not the majority of them. The majority of them stayed. The Most High didn't affect the majority of them to come back. He only wanted a few of them to come back, and these are the people that came back. Because he easily could have affected all of them to come back, but he didn't. He only affected a few of them to come back, and that's why it's only a remnant, which was consistent with Isaiah's son in Isaiah chapter 7. I'm forgetting his name. I ain't gonna say that I'm butcher his name, but anyway, his name means a remnant shall return. So the Most High's fulfilling what he did there with Isaiah's son's name, as we see a remnant did return. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 9, and they that dwelt around about them and helped them in all things with silver and gold, with horses, cattle, and with very many free gifts of the great number whose minds were stirred up thereto.
Verse
Verse 10.
ahead.
Verse 10.
Yes, sir.
At verse 10, King Cyrus also brought forth the holy vessels, which Nebuchadnezzar had carried away from Jerusalem, and that set up in his temple of idols.
Go ahead.
Verse 11, now when Cyrus, king of Persia, had brought them forth, and he delivered them, and the Midianites and his treasure, and by him they were delivered to what's that? Spabas. I can't pronounce their name. Senabas is the governor of Judah.
Right. Senabessar, the governor of Judah. Senabessar is Nehemiah. Senabessar, he's the governor of Judea. Senabessar is Nehemiah. All right. I want to get that. I'm gonna get Ezra in the Bible, chapter 1, verse 7 and 8. Let me pull this up. Man, you reading down and even hold on, I even scroll down when you was reading. And you all the way in verse 12. I gotta switch all these back. All right, let's switch all these back. We get first Ezra chapter 1, verse 7 and 8. I mean Ezra in the Bible first. That's Ezra in the Bible, chapter 1, verse 7 and 8. All right, pull this up.
I'll take it. Ezra chapter 1, 1 through 8.
Yeah, give me one second. Okay, go ahead.
Ezra, starting at chapter 1. Now, in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that I mean,
No, verse 7, Tony.
oh, okay, come. Ezra chapter 1, starting at verse 7. Also, Cyrus the king brought forth the vessel of the house of the Lord, which what's that? Nebuchadnezzar had brought forth out of Jerusalem and had put them in the house of his gods.
Right, I'm reading so we can. I'm trying to mirror we reading there in the Apocrypha, right? So it's the same situation that we're reading about. Go ahead.
Verse 8. Even those did Cyrus king of Persia bring forth by the hands of Mithredath, the treasurer, and numbered them into
Sheshbazzar.
Shashazar,
Sheshbazzar, yeah,
the prince of Judah.
Sheshbazzar, the prince of Judah. So we have right Sheshbazzar, the same person that we read about that Yabana just read about. Sanabazar in the Apocrypha is Sheshbazzar, which again is Nehemiah. All right, and I want to show it here in Ezra first here that Sheshbazzar is the same thing as Sanabazar, and we're going to get Ezra chapter 5 and get verse 13 and 14. Ezra in the Bible, chapter 5, verse 13 and verse 14.
All
right, go ahead.
Ezra chapter 5, starting at verse 13. But in the first year of Cyrus, the king of Babylon, the same king Cyrus made a decree to build this house of God. 14. And the vessel also of gold and silver of the house of God, which what's that number? Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple that was in Jerusalem and brought them into the temple of Babylon. Those did Cyrus the king take out of the temple of Babylon, and they were delivered unto one whose name was Sheshbazzar, which he had made governor.
So Sheshbazzar here again, it says here that Cyrus made him governor. The name again, Sheshbazzar is here, and we have named, and Cyrus made him governor. Right? He was made governor. Obviously, he was already there before this. I'm going to read one more verse to confirm that Sheshbazzar is Nehemiah. So I'm just following the trail right here. Sheshbazzar, he's the governor. Right? We didn't get one more. We get Nehemiah chapter 8, verse 9. The book of Nehemiah.
Nehemiah.
Chapter 8.
Chapter 8, verse 9.
Okay, we're going to read verse 9.
Nehemiah chapter 8, starting at verse 9.
Hold on, one second. Hold on, let me get it. Okay, go ahead, brother.
Nehemiah chapter 8, starting at verse 9. And Nehemiah, which is the Thershata, and Ezra, Ezra the priest, the scribe, and the Levites that taught the people, said unto all the people, this day is holy unto the Lord your God. Mourn not, nor weep, for all the people weep when they heard the words of the law.
All right, so here in Nehemiah chapter 8, verse 9, Nehemiah, which is this is a Persian word, tershata. This word means governor. I'm trying to, where is it? This word means governor. So he is the governor. And Sheshbazzar, we read twice before, is also the governor. And Ezra was the priest, the scribe. So the Tarshata is the governor. And here it says that this is Nehemiah. This is a Persian word, Tarshata, that means governor. It's a Persian. I'm trying to, where is it? Out of here. Hold on.
What happened?
Move back into the Hebrew. Nehemiah chapter 8, verse 9. Nehemiah the Tershata. Showing you right here. Tershata, governor. A title used by the Persian governor in Judea. It's a Persian word, Nehemiah. Tershata is governor. Sheshbazzar is with the governor. Showing you here, this word means governor.
Oh.
It's a Persian title. I said a Persian was a Persian title. We're a Persian word. It's a Persian title.
What's a Persian?
It means governor. So when you see Sheshbazzar, that Yabana was reading in there, that's Sheshbazzar, the governor. This is Nehemiah. All right. So let's go back. So I just showed it that in the Apocrypha, Sennabazzar is Sheshbazzar, is Nehemiah, the governor of Judea. All right, let's go back. Yabana, I think you in verse, what are you, verse 13 now, I think, right?
Yeah, 13.
Yes, go ahead.
Con. Second Ezra, chapter 2, verse 13. And this was the number of them, 1,000 golden cups, and 1,000 of silver censers of silver 29, 29 veins of gold 30, and of silver and 2,410, and 1,000 of other vessels. Verse 14. So all the vessels of gold and of silver which were carried away were 5,403 scores and 9. Verse 15.
Yes, sir.
And these were brought back by Bessar together with them of the captivity from Babylon to Jerusalem.
Right, so Nehemiah brought these things back. So Nehemiah first built the Jerusalem up, and then he brought these vessels back. He brought these vessels back because him and Zerubbabel helped start build the temple. Both of them, Zerubbabel started to they both laid the foundations together, and they started to build it. And obviously he went back into Babylon, and he got the vessels, and he brought them to Jerusalem. Can we get that? I'm gonna get it in Ezra in the Bible. Ezra chapter 1, verse 11. Ezra in the Bible. Bring it back up. Chapter 1, verse 11. Someone give me Ezra in the Bible. Chapter 1, verse 11.
I'll take this one.
Go ahead.
Ezra chapter 1, verse 11. All the vessels of gold and silver were 5,400. All these did Sheshbazzar bring up with them of the captivity that were brought up from Babylon unto Jerusalem.
Right. So again, I showed you that that's Nehemiah. He brought that back. All right. Let's go back to the Apocrypha, Yabana. You in what, verse 16?
Yeah, I'm down to 16 now.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 16. But in the time of Atrasis,
Artaxerxes.
Artaxerxes, king of the Persians, and Belamas, and the Medianites, and
No, not Midianite. That's myth. That's myth. Mithridates.
Mithridates, and Tebelis, and Radamas, and Radamis, and Bethamas, and Salaminas, and the sanctuary with others were
Secretary.
What cemetery?
Yeah.
Secretary, and the secretary with others, with others that were in commission with them, dwelling in Samaria and other places, wrote unto him against them that dwell in Judea and Jerusalem these letters following.
Right. So they wrote letters against us. They wanted to stop the building. So the scripture goes all the way back to the time of Artaxerxes, the king of the Persians. It was all the way back when it was starting to build. All right, build up when it was building up Jerusalem. Go ahead.
Verse 17, to the king Artaxerxes, our Lord, their servants, Radames, and story writers, and Salanas, the scribes, and the rest of their council, and the judges that are in Cleocera, Cilio-Syria, and Penice. Verse 18, be it now known to the Lord, the King, that the Jews that are come up from you to us, being come into Jerusalem, that rebellious and wicked city, do build and market places and repair the walls of it, and do lay the foundation of the temple. Verse 19.
Yes, sir.
Verse 19. Now, if this city and the walls thereof be made up against, they will not only refuse to give tribute, but also rebel against kings. And verse 20, and for so much as much as the things pertaining to the temple are now in hand, which think it meet not to neglect such matter.
All right. So they're running against us. You all right, brother?
Yeah.
I get another reader if we need to get another reader, Yabana.
No, I'm all right.
Okay, so they're writing against them and said that this is a wicked place, and they were rebellious against kings, and they're trying to stop the building of Jerusalem. All right, go ahead. Verse 21.
Verse 21. But to speak unto our Lord the King, to intent that if it be the pleasure, if it may be sought out in the books of our fathers.
So you tell them to go to the records to show that this place is a rebellious place against kings. Go ahead.
Verse 22. And thou shalt find in the chronicles of what it is written concerning these things, and thou shalt understand that that the city was rebellious and troubling both kings and city.
Go ahead.
Verse 23, and that the Jews were rebellious and raised also wars therein, for the which causes even this city was made desolate.
Go ahead.
Verse 24, wherefore now we do declare unto thee, O Lord, the King, that that this city be built again, and the walls thereof set up, answered thou from set up
anew.
Thou shalt from henceforth have no patches into Sirius and Penice.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 25, then the king wrote back again to Rethemus, the story writer, and Belephmus, and to Selimus, the scribe, and to the rest that were in commission and dwell in Samaria, and Syria, and Phoenice, and after this manner.
Go ahead.
In verse 26, I have read the epistles which ye have sent unto me, therefore I commanded to make and diligent search, and it has been found that that city was found in the beginning of the the practices against kings.
So he said they following the record, they're practiced against kings. This goes back to the time we're reading with Josiah and these different kings. Rebel us against kings. Go ahead.
Verse 27, and the men therein were given to rebellion and war, and the mighty kings and the fence were in Jerusalem.
I'm close. I'm like half an hour away from there. Oh wow! Yeah, shit. I'm trying to,
that's your brother.
Hey, oh my God.
Yeah, I can stay a little bit. We in the Texas already?
Keep forgetting that they on mute. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, what was that? That was at verse 28.
Yeah.
Verse 28. Now, therefore, I commanded to hinder those men from building the city, and he to be taken, that there be no more done in it.
So there'll none be done. So when Nehemiah started building, at a certain point, Nehemiah goes back. So he's back. He's the king's cupbearer dealing with the king. These guys write a letter. Nehemiah not knowing the letter. The king get the letter, and he writes back for them to stop building it. To stop building. So Nehemiah is going back building. He's building in secret. King doesn't know he's building all these things up. He was supposed to be going back according to what Nehemiah said, to adorn the sepulchre of his fathers. He's building up Jerusalem. Go ahead.
Verse 29, and that those wicked workers proceed no further to the anonymous of kings. Then King Artaxerxes, his letters being read, Ratimus and Selimus the scribe, and the rest of that were in commission with them, removing in haste towards Jerusalem with a troop of horsemen and a multitude of people in battle. Harry began to hither the buildings, and the buildings of the temples in Jerusalem ceased until the second year of the reign of Darius, king of Persia.
Right. So it didn't resume until the second year of Darius. This goes back. So there's a few people called Darius until the second year of Darius's reign. Then it started to be rebuilt again. All right. All right, so we're gonna go into the we got 2 more chapters and that's it for the day. Can we get chapter 3? Can we get another reader for Ezra chapter 3, verse 1?
Ezra chapter 3 from the top. Now when Darius reigned, he made a great feast unto all his subjects and unto all his household and unto all the princes of Media and Persia.
So he was over Media and Persia. He ruled everything. Go ahead.
And to all the governors and captains and lieutenants that were under him from India to Ethiopia of 127 provinces.
So 127 provinces. All right, we need to go into the Bible. Can we get Esther chapter 1, verse 1? Someone get me Esther chapter 1, verse 1.
Yes.
Esther chapter 1, verse 1.
Esther chapter 1, start at verse 1.
Yes, sir.
Now it came to pass in the days of
Ahasuerus. Yeah.
Azura, this is Ahasuerus, which reigned from India even unto Ethiopia over 120 provinces.
So he reigned even from India, even to Ethiopia, which is over 120 provinces, right? So 127 provinces is what he reigned over. Okay. And we're reading about it here in the Apocrypha. We're going back into Esther and show you. You're speaking to Darius here in the Apocrypha, Ezra chapter 3, verse 1. This Darius, his name over here is Ahasuerus. And he's identified with Xerxes the first of Persia. He identified with Xerxes the first of Persia. He would reign from 486 to 465 BC. 486 to 465 BC. He's the one, if I'm not mistaken, he's the one that invaded in that movie, the 300. That Xerxes there that you see in the movie, this is him.
Wow.
This is him that invaded Greece. That's Xerxes the first, right? Paul here, Ahasuerus in Esther, and Darius in the Apocrypha. It's the same person. He invaded Greece in like 480 BC. That's where that 300 story come from. And he managed to stir them up. All right, go ahead, Tony.
Esther chapter 1, starting at verse 2, that in those days when the king Ahasuerus sat on the throne of his kingdom, which was in Shushan the palace.
Shushan the palace, all right? He was sat in his kingdom. Go ahead.
Verse 3, in the 3rd year of his reign, he made a feast unto all his princes and his servants, the power of Persia and Media, the noble and princes of the provinces, being before him.
Right. So in his third year, he made a great feast for all of his princes and his provinces. All right. I want to jump. I want to jump down to verse 13, Tony. Verse 13.
Okay. Esther chapter 1, starting at verse 13. Then the king said to the wise man which knew the time, for so was the king's manner towards all that knew all the judgment.
They knew the law and the judgment, right? So the king had people before him that knew the times. These people that knew the times, these people look at the signs in the heavens. Like a few days ago, we had a blood moon. These things are all signs to them. They would look at these wise men look at these things and interpret what those things meant to the king, right? These are these wise men that knew the times. Go ahead.
14. And the next unto him was
Karshina.
Sethra, Amatha, Torshish,
Merez,
Marcina, and
Memucan,
the 7 princes of Persia and Media, which saw the king's face and which sat the first in the kingdom.
Right. So these are the men. These are the 7 princesses of Persia. These are Persian, right? And Media. It says which saw the king's face. So there wasn't too many men that saw the king's face. You would get to see the king's face. These 7 men. Wait, I didn't even scroll down. These 7 men here, they saw the king's face. These men, it says right here, which sat at first in the kingdom. So they said at first in the kingdom with him. These seven men. All right. So these 7 men, obviously, these princesses, there was obviously over like 7 provinces. Each one had their own province for themselves. So there's 7 provinces. But we read earlier in the first chapter, this man is over 120. 7. So obviously these were the first men with the king, and then he obviously added 120 provinces once he started to take down Babylon, a different area, right? I want to get this in the book of, can we get book of Daniel chapter 6? Daniel's the 6th chapter.
Gone.
And I think it's verse 1. Daniel chapter 6. Yeah, Daniel chapter 6, verse 1.
Daniel's chapter 6, verse 1.
Hold on. Go ahead, brother.
It pleased Darius to set over the kingdom 120 princes, which should be over the whole kingdom.
See, this Darius here, that same person, right? Because we just read in verse 13, there was 7 princesses over him. I mean, 7 princesses with him that saw the king's face. Then it says here, it pleased Darius, this same man, he just take down the Babylonians, to set over the kingdom what? 120 what? Princes. He already had 7 already, which should be over the whole kingdom. So in total, he have 127. He had first 7 with him. We just read it in the 13th verse in Esther chapter 1, verse 13. He said these was first with the king who saw his face. These are the first men. There was 7 princesses, 7 at first. Then he added 120, as we see right here. Princesses especially, which should be over the whole kingdom. of the Persian and Mede Empire. And then Esther chapter 1 tell us he have 127 now. Started out with 7 with him, and he added 120 right here. He have a total of 127 in all. Right? Anybody, we clear? Anybody's clear on that? Any questions on that? That's the math on that. This is how you get the 127. From 7 to 120, 127. All right? Let's go back to the Apocrypha. Want to go back to the Apocrypha?
I'm in verse 3 now.
Read in verse 3.
Huh.
Hold on. Am I like any part? Hold up. Something's wrong here. See, I'm not in verse 3. That's why. Okay, go ahead, brother.
Ezra chapter 3, starting at verse 3. And when he had eaten and drinking and been satisfied, were gone home, then Darius the king went into his bedchamber and slept, and soon after awaked.
Go ahead.
Then 3 young men that were of the guard that kept the king's body spake one to another.
So we had bodyguards speaking one to another. Go ahead.
Let every one of us speak a sentence, he that shall overcome, and whose sentence shall seem wiser than the others, unto him shall the king Darius give great gifts and great things in token of victory.
Right. So they're going to speak. They're going to speak a sentence, right? They're going to speak a certain an opinion, right? They're going to speak something that they think, some kind of wisdom, and whoever shall overcome, right? Who get the better or gain the victory, let them get some great gifts from the king, right? Go ahead.
Verse 6. As to be clothed in purple, to drink in gold, and to sleep upon gold, and a chariot with bridles of gold, and an head tire of fine linen, and a chain about his neck.
Go ahead.
Verse 7. And he shall sit next to Darius because of his wisdom, and shall be called Darius his cousin.
Darius his cousin. It's a great title. Cousin of the king. Even though you're not blood related, but because you're so smart, you'll get this title. Darius his cousin, right?
Oh, wow.
This man sound like a high roller.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Verse 8. And then everyone wrote his sentence, sealed it, and laid it under King Darius his pillow.
Go ahead.
And said that when the king is risen, some will give him the writings, and of whose side the king and the 3 princes of Persia shall judge, that his sentence is the wisest. To him shall the victory be given as was appointed.
Right. So we got the king and 3 princesses of the Persia. We know that there are 127 of them, but the top 3 of them with the king, who shall give their sentence to see who would be the wisest, who's going to be the victory. Go ahead.
Verse 10. The first wrote, wine is the strongest.
So the first one wrote and said, listen, wine is the strongest. That's what he said, what he wrote. Go ahead.
Verse 11. The second wrote, the king is the strongest.
The second said, no, you were wrong. The king's the strongest, bro. Go ahead.
Verse 12. The third wrote, the woman is the strongest, but above all things, truth beareth away the victory.
The third one said, nah, you guys are both wrong. Women are the strongest, but above even all of that is the truth that beareth away the victory. Right? So then we have these 3 guys are going to put forth their sentence. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 13. Now when the king was risen up, they took their writings and delivered them unto him, and so he read them.
Go ahead.
And sending forth, he called all the princes of Persia and Media and the governors and the captains and the lieutenant governors, the lieutenants and the chief officers.
Go ahead. Continue to read down.
Verse 15, and sat him down in the royal seat of judgment, and the writings were read before them. And he said, call the young men, and they shall declare their own sentence. So they were called and came in. Verse 17, and he said unto them, declare unto us your mind concerning the writings. Then began the first, who had spoken of the strength of wine. And he said to thus, O ye men, how exceeding strong is wine! It causeth all men to err that drink it.
So he said wine is the strongest because wine caused you to go off. Go ahead.
Verse 19, it maketh the mind of the king and of the fatherless child to be one, of the bondman and of the free man, of the poor man and of the rich.
Go ahead.
It turneth also every thought into jollity and mirth, so that a man remembereth neither sorrow nor death.
Go ahead.
As a you got. I gotta scroll down to the screen.
Put out top, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Verse 21, and it maketh every heart rich, so that a man remembereth neither king nor governor, and it maketh to speak all things by talents.
By talents, by disposition, right? Means state of mind. State of mind regarding something, what he's saying. When you drinking, the alcohol in you, he's saying, make you state all things based on your talents, meaning your disposition, your state of mind regarding something, right? And so people get drunk. That's like what they do, right?
Right.
Saying a bunch of stuff according to their mind.
Drunk talking.
Drunk talking, right? Go ahead.
Verse 22, and when they are in their cups, they forget their love both to friends and brethren, and a little after draw out swords.
Go ahead.
But when they are from the wine, they remember not what they have done. O ye men, is not wine the strongest that enforceth to do thus? And when he had so spoken, he held his peace.
Right. So we got the first one. He said, "Hey man, wine is strongest." So he putting forth his take on it. I mean, that's a strong argument he got right there. That's a strong argument. Strong argument right there. Can't lie. That's strong argument. All right, go ahead.
Chapter 4, from the top. Then the second that had spoken of the strength of the king began to say, O ye men, do not men excel in strength that bear rule over sea and land and all things in them? But yet the king is more mighty, for he is Lord of all these things and hath dominion over them, and whosoever he commandeth them, they do. If he bid them make war the one against the other, they do it. If he send them out against the enemy, they go and break down mountains, walls, and towers. They slay and are slain, and transgress not the king's commandment. If they get the victory, they bring all they bring all to the king, as well the spoil as all things else.
Go ahead.
Likewise, for those that are no soldiers and have not to do with wars, but use husbandry when they have reaped again, that which they have sown, they bring it to the king and compel one another to pay tribute unto the king.
Go ahead.
Verse 7. And yet he is but one man. If he command to kill, they kill. If he command to spare, they spare. If he command to smite, they smite. If he command to make desolate, they make desolate. If he command to build, they build. Verse 9. If he command to cut down, they cut down. If he command to plant, they plant. So all his people and his armies obey him. Furthermore, he lieth down, he eateth and drinketh, and take his rest. Verse 11. And these keep watch round about him, neither may any one depart and do his own business, neither disobey they him in anything. O ye men, how should not the king be mightiest when in such short he is obeyed, and he held his tongue?
Right. The second argument strong as well. That's another strong argument. The king is the top. Strong argument. I think a little bit stronger than the wine.
Huh.
A little stronger than the wine argument there. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 13. Then the third who had spoken of women and of the truth, this was Zorobabel, began to speak. O ye men, it is not of the great king, nor the multitude of men, neither is it wine that excelleth. Who is it then that ruleth them, or hath the lordship over them? Are they not women? Verse 15. Women have borne the kings and all the people that beareth rule by sea and land. Verse 16.
It's like it. I mean, are you still on chapter 3 on the screen?
Yeah, I'll stop reading my apocrypha. Reading my apocrypha. Go ahead, brother.
Verse 16. Even of them came they, and they nourished them up, the planted the vineyards from whence the wine cometh. Verse 17. These also make garments for men, these bring glory unto men, and without women cannot men be. Verse 18. Yea, and if men have gathered together gold and silver, or any other godly thing, do they not love a woman which is comely in favor and beauty?
Yes, go ahead.
And letting all those things go, do they not gape and even with open mouth fix their eyes fast on her? And have not all men more desire unto her than unto silver or gold, or any godly thing whatsoever?
Yeah, they gate means to stare with an open mouth.
Wow.
That's what it means. You look so good, they stare, their mouth just stay open. Go ahead.
Verse 20. A man leaveth his own father that brought him up, and his own country, and cleave unto his wife. He sticketh not to spend his life with his wife, and remembereth neither father nor mother nor country.
Wow. Go ahead.
But this also ye must know, that women have dominion over you. Ooh. Do ye not labor and toil and give and bring all to the wall, woman?
Yep. Go ahead.
Verse 23. Yea, A man taketh his sword and goeth his way to rob and to steal, to sell upon the sea and upon rivers. Verse 24. And looketh upon a lion and goeth in the darkness, and when he hath stolen spoils and robbed, he bringeth it to his love.
Yes, he does. Go ahead.
Wherefore a man loveth his wife better than father or mother. Yea, many there have run out of their wits for women and become servants for their sakes.
That's factual stuff, right? So verse 25, yeah, you have people out there that do love their wife more than their father and mother. Others no. Others no. Some yes. And then yes, you do have many people who have run out of their wits. They lost their mind for women and became servants for their sake. You have that. Go ahead.
Verse 27. Many also have perished, have erred, and sinned for women.
We just read it. We just had Gorilla. For women, Gorilla, erred, and sin for women. Go ahead.
Verse 28. And now do ye not believe me? Is not the king great in his power? Do not all regions fear to touch him?
Yeah, we see how far Gorilla was getting ready to go for that sister. He wanted to appease her. He wanted to get pegged for her, which is ridiculous.
Wow.
He's a priest. That's how far. I mean, this guy right here is dropping it.
Jeez.
He's dropping it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh boy.
He's dropping it. Go ahead.
Verse 29. Yet did I see him and a pain, the king, concubine, the daughter of the admirable
Spartacus,
sitting at the right hand of the king.
He said, hold up, bro. He said, did I not see after me the king's concubine? Did I not see her? The daughter of the admirable Spartacus sitting at the right hand of the king.
Wow.
She's a concubine.
Wow.
He came and sing at the right hand. That's for his wife. He said, I saw the concubine sitting at the right hand of the king. Go ahead.
Wow. Verse 30. And taking the crown from the king's head.
She took the crown off his head, bro.
You got to be kidding me.
She the concubine. You took the crown off his head. Go ahead.
And sitting it upon her own head.
She put it on her own head. Go ahead.
She also struck the king with her left hand.
She stroked the king. She smacked him with her left hand.
What's going on here?
What is really going on here? She smacked the king with her hand, bro. With her left hand now.
Well, this is Xerxes.
Smacked the king with. I'm saying he making a point that men let women get away with a lot. Even the king, he's saying. She's a concubine. He liked her so much. She next to the king, took the crown off his head, put it on her head, and even smacked the king with her left hand. Go ahead.
Verse 31. And yet for all this, the king gaped and grazed upon her with open mouth.
See that? He gaped, remember, still with open mouth. He gaped and gazed upon her with open mouth. Did all of this. Go ahead.
If she laughed upon him, he laughed also. But
if a man do that, he's dead.
Con.
If she laughed, though, he laughed. Go ahead.
If she laughed upon him, he laughed also. But if she took any displeasure at him, the king was fain to flatter that she might reconcile to him again.
Right. So if she was displeasure at something, the king was moved to go ahead and flatter her and try to reconcile to her again. Go ahead.
Verse 32. O ye men, how can it be but women should be strong, seeing they do this?
Go ahead. Thus. Go ahead.
Then the king and the princes looked one upon another, so he began to speak of the truth.
So the king and the prince was looking upon each other like, what? You had the concubine, took the crown off your head, bro? Like, what's going on with you? So he stopped his first part, now he's going off into the truth. Go ahead.
O ye men, are not women strong? Great is the earth, high is the heaven, swift is the sun in his course, for he compasseth the heavens round about, and fetcheth his course again to his own place in one day.
Right. So he's talking about the sun. The sun goes on to the heaven. Right. He goes through his course. He compasseth the heavens round about, fetcheth his course again, and to his own place in one day. He go through a cycle in 24 hours. Go ahead.
35. Is he not great that maketh these things? Therefore, great is the truth, and stronger than all things.
So according to this verse, who's the truth? Verse 35.
I didn't hear you. It was a bus going past. Say it again.
According to this verse 35, who is the truth?
Oh, the Most High.
The Most High. The Most High. Go ahead.
Verse 36. All the earth calleth upon the truth, and the heaven blesseth it. All works shake and tremble at it, and with it is no unrighteous thing.
Go ahead.
Wine is wicked. The king is wicked. Women are wicked. All the children of men are wicked. And such are all their wicked works. And there is no truth in them. In their unrighteousness also they shall perish.
Facts. Go ahead.
As for the truth,
yeah.
And is always strong.
Always strong. Go ahead.
It liveth and conquereth forevermore.
Liveth and conquereth. Go ahead.
With her, there is no accepting of person.
With this is supposed to be him. Go ahead.
Or rewards. But she doth the thing that are just, and refrain from all the unjust and wicked things. And all men do well like of her work.
Go ahead.
Neither in her judgment is any unrighteousness, and she is the strength, kingdom, power, and majesty of all ages. Blessed be the God of truth.
Blessed be the God of truth, right? So again, we see right here, this is the Most High, right? Go ahead.
Verse 41. And with that, he held his peace. And all the people then shouted and said, great is truth and mighty above all things.
They gave their verdict. So the truth won out. Go ahead. Go ahead.
42. Then said the king unto him, ask what thou wilt more than is appointed in the writing, and we will give it thee, because thou art found wisest, and thou shalt sit next me, and shalt be called my cousin. Verse 43. Then
so the king asked him what he want. That's what you will. More than is appointed in the writing, right? So in the writing, they're supposed to give him some gifts and call the cousin of the king, but the king said it's gonna be more than what's in the writing. You're gonna get more than that. But you deem to be the wisest. You're gonna sit next to me. He said, sit next to me and be called my cousin. Go ahead.
Verse 43. Then said he unto the king, remember thy vow, which thou hast vowed to build Jerusalem in the day when thou comest to thy kingdoms.
Remember, so he's reminding the remember, he has vowed to build what? Jerusalem. Right? So we see here the king had vowed to build Jerusalem. when he came to his throne. But it had stopped. Remember, we read that how they wrote to him, right? And he stopped. He said, "Hey, man, y'all stop building that. The record show you guys been rebellious. Tell them to stop. Stop building." So here it comes to the Most High moved on Zerubbabel, have this whole situation going down with who the smart is. And Zerubbabel is telling them, "Hey, listen, man, you forgot your vow that you made to rebuild Jerusalem. Listen, it's not the temple, it's Jerusalem. This is Nehemiah's time. You gotta go rebuild Jerusalem specifically." So I'm saying this is the same king, Ahasuerus, Artaxerxes or Xerxes the first. This was the one who was supposed to build Jerusalem. He had made a vow, and he is also given a writing, but it looked like because of the woman, he forgot what he was supposed to hit his vow, so he's being reminded of it. All right, go ahead.
Verse 44. And to send away all the vessels that were taken away out of Jerusalem, which Cyrus set apart when he vowed to destroy Babylon, and to send them again thither.
And to send them again thither. You forgot. You got to read them back. Right? Go ahead.
Thou also hast vowed to build up the temple which the Edomites burned when Judea was made desolate by the Chaldeans.
So you see here who helped burn the temple? Edomites. They had participated in the burning of the Most High's temple. No one with the Chaldeans. So we see here Edomites was involved. Burned down Judea. Was made desolate because of the Chaldeans. Go ahead.
Verse 46. And now, O Lord, the King, this is that which I require and which I desire of thee. And this is the princely liberality proceeding from thyself. I desire, therefore, that thou make good the vow and performance whereof with thine own mouth thou hast vowed to the King of heaven.
Oh, so he had vowed to the King of heaven, the Most High. He's going to do this. So you want him to just keep your vow. Go ahead.
Verse 27. Then Darius the king stood up and kissed him, and wrote letters for him unto all the treasurers and lieutenants and captains and governors, that they should safely convey on their way both him and all those that go up with him to build Jerusalem.
Go ahead.
He wrote letters also unto the lieutenants that were in Syria, and Phoenice, and unto them in Labanus, that they should bring cedar wood from Labanus to Jerusalem, and that they should build the city with him.
All right, so I want to get this. Can we get someone get me Ezra in the Bible, chapter 6, verse 14? Ezra in the Bible, chapter verse 14 is I'm looking for. Go ahead.
Read from the book of Ezra, chapter 6, verse 14, and reads, And the elders of the Jews builded, and they prospered through the prophecy of Haggai, the prophet, and Zechariah, the son of Iddo.
Right, so when these prophets came, they the one told them, yeah, look, keep building. Don't stop. Y'all go back to the building. I'll keep building. Go ahead.
And they builded, and they finished it, according to the commandment of the God of Israel, and according to the commandment of Cyrus and Darius and Artaxerxes, the king of Persia.
So we see here, they're letting us know there was three different kings that was involved in the building of Jerusalem and of the temple. There was Cyrus, there was Darius, and there were Artaxerxes, kings of Persia, because the work had stopped twice. It was commanded to be started, then it stopped. They stopped until the next king came on. Darius came on. We see right here that Zerubbabel reminding them, remember your vow? Get back to building up Jerusalem. And then there's another one, then there's Artaxerxes, king of Persia. So 3 different kings there was involved in the building. We saw how Satan was working, trying to stop the rebuilding of Jerusalem and of the temple. But the God moved on Zerubbabel to make him do it. Right? So 3 kings was involved. This is the history of the building of Jerusalem and of the temple. All right, let me go back to Ezra. Go ahead where you was, Izar.
Now we're in verse 49.
Go ahead.
49. Moreover, he wrote for all the Jews that went out of his realm unto Jewry concerning their freedom, that no officer, no ruler, no lieutenant, no treasurer should forcibly enter into their doors.
Go ahead.
And that all the country which they hold, all the country that they hold should be free without tribute, and that the Edomites should give over the villages of the Jews, which then they held.
Right. So we see now these Edomites, they had taken villages that belonged to us. They held them. And the king said we shouldn't be paying no taxes, neither no tribute. It was free from taxes. And the Edomites got to give over the villages that of the Israelites that they had held. So we saw they participated in burning down the temple, and they started taking land that didn't belong to them. Right. So I'm giving a background. You can understand why when the Hashmoneans, the Maccabees, come into power, they had to expel these Edomites out of certain areas too. But they had certain villages and stuff, and part of our land that they didn't want to take, that they didn't want to give up. So they were forcibly taking that from them, and then he forcibly converted them. Or he really gave him a choice. He gave him a choice. He said, you can get out of here, get out of the land completely, you know what I'm saying? Or you can convert. I mean, all the way until they land down there in the caves and whatnot. So I think most of them converted. Most of them converted. I didn't say every one of them did. Most of them converted. And here was the interesting thing is that people make an argument of is that in 70 AD, in 70 AD, it is reported, I think it's in Josephus, if I remember the source, it's in Josephus, it's reported that you had about 70,000 Edomites that fought with us against the Romans. Yeah, you had about 70,000 of them. They had fought with us. This is what the record says. I don't know how true it is, but it says that like about 70,000 of the Edomites, they had fought with us against the Romans to try to preserve Jerusalem and the temple in that time. But you obviously had some other ones that fought against us because the sons of Herod, they were telling us to not fight. They were telling them don't fight, don't do anything. And we didn't listen to them. That's also recorded in the record. They were telling the Israelites to listen, man, I don't fight the Romans, man, don't do this. Y'all put their arms down, don't fight. Everything gonna be fine if y'all don't fight. But they were not gonna submit to their rule of to put a temple of Jupiter, a statue of Jupiter in the temple. The Romans wanted a statue of Jupiter in the temple. And a whole bunch of other disgusting stuff. They're like, no, that's the end of that right there. We're not standing for that. And then so the war kicked off. The war kicked off, they started fighting among themselves. And that's how they actually fell. Right? So Edomite had some villages. All right, go ahead, brother.
Verse 51. Yea, that there should be yearly given 20 talents to the building of the temple until the time that it were built.
So money was also being paid to build a temple as well. Go ahead.
Verse 52. And other 10 talents yearly to maintain the burnt offerings upon the altar every day, as they had had a commandment to offer 17.
Right. So to keep the temple going and everything working in the temple, that's been paid out from the king. Do all of these different things. So they didn't have to come out of the Israelite pockets. The king provided these things. Go ahead.
Verse 53. And that all they that were from Babylon to build the city should have free liberty, as well they as their prosperity, and all the priests that went away.
All the priests that went down here, they should be free, liberty. No one should mess with them, and all the posterity, what that's supposed to be, posterity. And all the priests that went away. Go ahead.
Verse 54. He wrote also concerning the charges and the priest vestments wherein they ministered.
So he provided for the priests. He provided their garments for the priests as well. Go ahead.
And likewise for the charge of the Levites to be given them until the day that the house were finished and Jerusalem built up.
So we see who was maintaining them all the time they was building. Right? They didn't have money coming in. The king, through the power of the Most High, of course, who moved upon him, keep his vow. He was maintaining them while they was building Jerusalem, while they was building up the temple. Right? Go ahead.
And likewise for the changes of the Levites to be given until the day that the house were finished and Jerusalem built up. And he commanded to give to all that kept the city pension and wages.
So they had pensions and wages. All is provided by the Most High. When the Most High's on your side, he had them provide for you.
Wow.
We was doing what the Most High won't done. You ain't got to worry about it. They're going to provide it for you. Go ahead.
Salakia, is this where pension and wages come from?
Say again?
Is this where pension and wages come from?
I'm not sure if this is where it comes from, but I do know that they did steal it from somewhere in the past.
Wow.
Pension and wages don't originate today. They come from the past somewhere. But it's going to show just how far back this stuff goes. This stuff is not recent. All right, go ahead.
57. He sent away also all the vessels from Babylon to Cyrus had set apart, and all that Cyrus had given in commandment, the same charge he also to be done and sent unto Jerusalem.
Go ahead.
Now, when this young man was gone forth, he lifted up his face to heaven towards Jerusalem and praised the King of heaven.
Right. So again, this is another reason why we pray to the east toward Jerusalem. We say this is what they did. He was in Babylon. I think Jubabel was in Babylon. So when the Most High did all of that and blessed them and provided all this for them, he turned his face toward Jerusalem, and he praised the King of heaven. Go ahead.
And said, from thee cometh victory, from thee cometh wisdom, and thine is the glory, and I am thy servant.
Right. So all that stuff that Jubabel was speaking about, the women in truth, that came from the Most High, put it in his head. Right. Go ahead.
Verse 60. Blessed art thou who hast given me wisdom, for to thee I have give thanks, O Lord, of our fathers.
Go ahead.
Verse 61. And so he took the letter and went out and came unto Babylon and told it all his brethren.
So he took the letter and he came to all his brethren. So he's the one that showed him the proof of the letter from the king. And that's why you have a lot of people the remnant of them that came back. He brought the letter from the king and showed him, because they probably wouldn't believe they can go back and build unless a letter from the king showed them proof that they can go and do it. Go ahead.
Verse 62. And they praised the God of their fathers because he had given them freedom and liberty.
Go ahead.
To go up and to build Jerusalem and the temple which is called by his name, and they feasted with instruments of music and gladness 7 days.
7 days, all right? So we see right here, when in Israel feasted, it was a 7-day thing. We don't do the 1 day, 2 day, 3 day thing.
We
We do the 7-day thing. Right? From there, I want to come now to in the Bible, Ezra chapter 2, starting at verse 1. Ezra in the Bible, chapter 2. We're going to get starting at verse 1.
chapter 2, verse 1.
Yes, sir.
Ezra chapter 2 from the top. Now these are the children of the
Province
prophet that went up out of the captivity of those which had been carried away, whom
Nebuchadnezzar.
Ezra, the king of Babylon, had carried away unto Babylon, and came again unto Jerusalem and Judah, everyone unto his city.
Everyone came into to their own city. Man, it was only 70 years. So a lot of people still remember. A lot of people are still alive. Were still alive, and they came back to their own city. Go ahead.
Verse 2, which came with Zerubbabel.
Which came with Zerubbabel. This is the person that just gave his sentence about the women and truth. Came with him. He's the one that Isaiah just read that gave him the letter for them to come. So he's the one that's mustering it. Zerubbabel. They came with Zerubbabel. He's the head, right? He's the head in the return here. Well, right? Go ahead.
Joshua, Nehemiah.
Nehemiah, we read about Nehemiah, right? He also came back. He's the one who started the building with Jerusalem. So he came back again with Zerubbabel, with Joshua, Nehemiah. Go ahead.
Sariah, Relaiah, Mordecai.
Mordecai. Now this Mordecai here, I think it's the Mordecai that was in Esther. Not sure if it's the same Mordecai, but I think it's the Mordecai that was in Esther. The timeline is a little bit different. Depending on his age, it might not be him, but Mordecai, go ahead.
Sean, Zerpar, Bigvia, Rehum, Banner, the number of the men of the people of Israel.
The number of the people of Israel. So these are the people that came with Zerubbabel up. They gave him that letter. And when you read down, it starts, it goes off into particular the children of this person, how many thousands and people it were, that all came back, right? With Zerubbabel. So Zerubbabel came back. He came back to build the temple. He's back to build the temple. All right. I want to come to Ezra. Let's jump down to Ezra chapter 5. Get up chapter 5, and I want to get starting at verse 13. Ezra chapter 5, starting at verse 13. Go ahead.
Ezra chapter 5, reading at verse 13. But in the first year of Cyrus, the king of Babylon, the same king Cyrus made a decree to build this house of God.
So we see Cyrus here is the king of Babylon. He took Babylon down. He became the king over Babylon. Okay. That's why he sent them back home and gave the decree to go build the house of God, the temple. Go ahead.
14. And the vessel
also of gold and silver of the house of God, which
Nebuchadnezzar.
Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple that was in Jerusalem and brought them into the temple of Babylon. Those did Cyrus the king take out of the temple of Babylon, and they were delivered unto one whose name was
Sheshbazzar. Sheshbazzar.
Sheshbazzar, whom he had made governor.
Which is Nehemiah. Go ahead.
15, and said unto him, take these vessels, go carry them unto the temple that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of God be built in his place.
Go ahead.
16. Then came the same Sheshbazzar and laid the foundation of the house of God, which is in Jerusalem. And since that time, even until now, have it been in building, and yet it is not finished.
So we see that Sheshbazzar, who is Nehemiah, says right here that he laid the foundations of the house of the Most High. But we also know that Zerubbabel also laid the foundations of the house of the Lord. I want you to jump back Ezra chapter 3 and verse 6. Let me pull it up right quick. There you go. Chapter 3. And we need verse 6 here. Right? Because they had kept the feast of tabernacles. Okay. Kept the feast of tabernacles. Go ahead.
Ezra chapter 3, verse 6. From the first day of the 7th month began they to offer burnt offerings unto the Lord. But the foundation of the temple of the Lord was not yet laid.
So he was there at this time right here in the 7th month, when they did the offerings or whatnot, the foundations was not yet laid by the time they got into the 7th month, right? Go ahead.
Verse 7. They gave money also unto the masons and to the carpenters, and meat and drink and oil unto the Zidon and to them of Tyre, to bring cedar trees from Lebanon to the sea of Joppa, according to the grant that they had of Cyrus, king of Persia.
Right, so Cyrus gave him a grant, right? Go ahead.
Verse 8. Now in the second year of their coming unto the house of God at Jerusalem, in the second month began Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Joshua, the son of Jozadak, and the remnant of their brethren, the priests and the Levites, and all they that were come out of the captivity unto Jerusalem, and appointed the Levites from 20 years old and upward, and set forth the work of the house of the Lord.
Right, so they started, so they paying people to bring cedar trees from Zidon, from Tyre. They're getting the priests and everything in order, but they're getting ready to start to try to build the temple of the Most High. So we see Zerubbabel is here, and Nehemiah is also involved to get this done, to build this up. Hold up. So it was Zerubbabel and Nehemiah together that helped lay the foundations of the temple and build this up. And let me get one more timeline here, which we need to get into, and then we're gonna get ready to close it down. We get Nehemiah chapter 1. Nehemiah chapter. Verse 1. Let me pull this up right here.
Con, I'm there.
Go ahead.
Nehemiah chapter 1 from the top. The words of Nehemiah, the son of Hakaliah. And it came to pass in the month Cheslu, in the 12th year, as it was in Shushan,
20th.
the 20th year, as it was in Shushan, the palace.
So we got here. This is Nehemiah. This is the son of Hakaliah. And he gave us the month of Cheslu, which Cheslu is November, December. That's November, December, right? It says in the 20th year, as I was in Shushan, the palace. Go ahead.
Verse 2. That Hanani, one of my brethren, came, he and a certain men of Judea, and I asked them concerning the Jews that had escaped, which were left of the captivity, and concerning Jerusalem.
So we see we have Israelites that had escaped. Escaped, which was left of the captivity. He want to know about what's going on with Jerusalem, because he was in Shushan, the palace. He was there before all of this went down in Shushan, the palace. He want to know what actually is going on. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And they said unto me, the remnant that are left of the captivity there in the province are in great affliction and reproach. The wall of Jerusalem also is broke down, and the gates thereof are burned with fire.
Right. So we have this. So this is where it all started up when they gotta go back and rebuild Jerusalem. Because he's telling them here that Jerusalem is broken down and the gates are burnt and all of that. So he goes off into this mode and start to pray to God. He needs to go back, right? He goes off into his, as a matter of fact, let's read it. Verse 4.
Verse 4. And it came to pass when I heard these words that I sat down and wept and mourned certain days and fasted and prayed before the Most High of heaven.
Right. So we see you again. We got the fasting and praying here again. Right. We got the mourning and the weeping because he wants to go and try to get Jerusalem rebuilt after he heard that it was broken down and burned with fire. But all this transpired in the month Cheslu. Yeah, yes, that's November, December, and that was in the 20th year. It's in the 20th year. We're in November, December, right? The 20th year after the 20th year of the king, or the 20th year of the 70 year. Either one of the two. It's either the 20th year of the 70-year captivity, or it's the 20th year of the king, right? Artaxerxes, right? Either one of the two. I want to jump down chapter 2, verse 1.
Chapter 2, verse 1. And it came to pass in the month Nisan.
So now we're in the month of Nisan. This is the beginning of the year, right? Nisan. This is March, April, right? Go ahead.
In the 12th year of Artaxerxes the king.
In the 20th again.
I'm sorry, in the 20th year of Artaxerxes the king, that wine was before him, and I took up the wine and gave it unto the king. Now I had not been before time sad in his presence.
Right. So now, listen to hear what this is saying. We started off in the month Chislew, right? Chislew is November, December, in the same 20th year. Chapter 2 is saying, and it came to pass, now we're in March, April, we still in the 20th year of Artaxerxes. Still in the 20th year of Artaxerxes. What is that telling you? That is telling you they don't seem to begin the year in Nisan. If they did, this would be the 21st year. Sure they not? It's still the 20th year.
Wow. I said yeah. Okay.
Is it not? It's still the 20th. We went from November, December to all the way to March, April. Right? But it's still calling it the 20th year.
That's still part of the same year.
It's part of the same year. So when does their year begin then? See that? When does the year begin then?
It has to be a bead.
We in a bead. Nissan is in a bead. This is March, April.
Oh, I got it.
It couldn't be starting there because you're in March, April. That's what Nissan is.
When the barley is ripe.
You're in when the barley is ripe. You're in March, April. That's what Nissan is. That's like just like Chislew is in November, December.
Wow.
So their year, according to these two verses, do not begin in the spring. Their year logically would have to begin in the fall. It begins in the fall because it's still the same year. Right? Because we started off in November, December. That's the year already began already, right? In September, in October, September. The year began somewhere at that time. We read about it in Chislew in November, December, and we're still in the 20th year by the time we get to March, April, which is the month of Nisan.
So they're actually going by another calendar then too.
Yeah, going by another calendar. So this is either how it's done in Sushan under the Persian and Medes, or this is how it's being kept in Judah. Either one of the two. How they kept in Judah, right? And this would go. Can we go all the way back to Exodus? Hold on. Goodness, crazy. How did that happen? All right, let me get the verse. Because it has it here and it's excuse me. Exodus 34, verse 22. What is it? All right, who got that? Go ahead.
Chapter 34, reading verse 22. And thou shalt observe the feast of weeks.
The feast of weeks is feast of weeks. The feast of weeks? Who know what that is?
Feast of weeks.
That's in Passover.
No.
It's never been. Feast of Weeks, the 70 weeks.
No.
Pentecost.
Pentecost. Pentecost. That's Pentecost.
My bad. Let's
Feast of Weeks, go ahead.
of the first fruit of wheat harvest in the
first fruit of wheat harvest. Who know what that is?
that's Passover.
That's Passover.
Passover time.
Go ahead.
And the feast of in gathering of the year's end.
At the year's end. What's the feast of ingathering? Who know what that is?
Gotta be tabernacle.
That's Tabernacle. Tabernacle is when it says right here. When did this verse say tabernacle is?
I didn't hear you say again.
When does this verse say tabernacles is?
The feast of gathering at the year's end.
So when is tabernacles?
At the when the year is ended.
At the end of the year, right? That's what it says right here, right? That's what it looked like. I mean, what it looked like it's saying to me. So when is tabernacles though? Isn't that in October, September? Has the year ended in October, December? The biblical year?
That's what it's saying. Oh, so that's saying that the year ended in the 10th month.
The year ended in tabernacle. That's what this verse look like it is saying.
Wow. In the
so if the year ends at that time, it also begins around that time then. Right? I'm just saying this is how the verse look like, this is what it is saying. That's what I'm saying. When we read just that Nehemiah, this would fit Nehemiah perfectly because this is what Nehemiah, when we read those two verses there, it look like this thing is saying.
Well, can't we just track down the calendar that matches that?
So it's going to the beginning of the year to the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean this is what it looked like. This is saying, but it can't be saying that the year don't end in October, November. I mean October, September.
Wow. But if you think about it, they call the 10th month, I mean the 12th month, the 10th month. And they calling it December. And this, we know this deck means 10.
Yeah, that's 10 months though. But we are still before that. We're in October, September. We September, October. I'm gonna say it backwards.
It started around March, sometimes.
It had to start around March. That's the springtime, isn't it? That's the springtime. But I'm saying that when we read here in Nehemiah chapter 1 verse 1 and chapter 2 verse 1, it sounds like the year begins in September. No, that's what it look like. This verse right here is gonna go in. Again, that's why you gotta do investigation. To see.
Well, now do we know of a calendar that matches this right here?
Do we have a what?
Do we know of a calendar that stops and starts like this? Starts in
yeah, we have a calendar like this that was using in the Southern Kingdom.
Right. This is what you was okay. Yeah, this is what the scribes was using, the calendar the scribes was using.
No, this is what the people in the Southern Kingdom was using.
Okay.
And the one in the Northern Kingdom was using the springtime.
So we should be in the beginning of the year around this time, March.
But I'm just saying, I'm pointing out that the two kingdoms was on two different calendars. When they were split, they was on two different calendars. The Southern Kingdom, where David and Solomon was, they should have their year begin in September. And the Northern Kingdom seem to have their year begin in the spring. They was on two different calendars. Back in the Old Testament when the kingdom was split. And this could be the verse that they're using to say, well, it says right here, the year's end. year end in time of tabernacles. It don't end in no February or March. It ends in September, October. Right? Let's get sun is about to go down, so when we're about to finish it. Exodus 23:16 to find out what is at the year's end. Exodus 23:16. Exodus 23, and let's get verse 16. So what is the year's end? Who got that?
I'll take it. Exodus chapter 23, reading verse 16.
Yeah.
That good solid blocking foundation can prevent the thrust, but they're going to continue to sewing machine attack.
Hold on.
So when he did that, he used all of his years of training.
Go ahead, brother.
Exodus chapter 23, reading verse 16. In the feast of harvest, the first fruit of thy labor.
So the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors. Go ahead.
Which thou hast shown in the field. In the feast of ingathering. In the end of the year.
In the end of the year. Go ahead.
When thou hast gathered in thy labors out of thy field.
When you gather in your labors out of your field. So we sow in which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in the labors of your field, right? So this is speaking of when you plant and when you reap. When you plant and when you reap, right? And the feast of harvest is in the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown, planted in the field. There go your planting. It says, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. Now you're going to pick it out. So there is the time to plant, is the time to reap, or time to gather in. So this is not speaking of the end of the year, it's speaking of the end of the agricultural year, when you gather in what you reap in the Feast of Tabernacles. In Tabernacles, you gather in what you would have sowed right after Pentecost.
Okay. And this is something that Joseph kept tabs with.
Which Joseph talking about?
The one that was in Egypt.
I'm not sure. This given to the Israelites when they came out of Egypt. I don't know if they Joseph had this in Egypt. I'm not sure if he did. He could have had this in Egypt. I'm not sure if he did. You know, he could have. You know what I'm saying? It's still left up to see if he had it or not. You know.
And there go your verse 3 verses up.
Say again?
That's your verse 3 verses up.
Oh yeah, definitely. Always, for sure.
Verse 14?
No, 13.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. So again, just coming to show you that when you see this right here is what confused people. See, people will go here and say, brother, it says right here, end of the year, brother, the end of the year don't begin in the spring. The year begins in September. You know what I'm saying? That's why you gotta do a little research to find out what this verse actually means. And I'm speaking of the planting season. This is the end of the year of planting. I mean of reaping.
Salakia, you said the year begins in September.
Now I said people will use this verse to try to say the year begins in September.
Oh, okay.
Because this is speaking of the Feast of Tabernacles.
Yeah.
And it says right here, which is the end of the year.
Oh, so the end of the year will be September or October, right?
No, the end of the year is March.
March.
Yeah, March, April. But I'm saying this is speaking of the planting year. In Israel, you have different cycles. You have cycles of planting and reaping. right? This is not dealing with the calendar per se when it begins and when it ends. This is speaking of when you plant and reap. That cycle.
Isn't that called a physical year?
Called the what?
Physical year.
No, not the physical year. Agricultural year. It's the agricultural year where you plant and reap.
So
at the end of that.
I was talking about the actual year is called a physical year, but the harvest year, that's a different, that's a harvest year.
Yeah, harvest year.
Huh.
So that September and October, that's the planting.
The September is when you're reaping.
Yeah.
When you reap all the stuff up, then I think it's about a month later, you go back and you plant. You plant, I think about a month or two later, you start to plant again. And then you reap those in March.
Yeah.
That'll be your barley when the barley is Aviv. So at this time, you plant again. You plant your barley crops and different crops and stuff, and then that will then start to bud up around the end of February, going into March, where we at now. So all these seasons here, the 3 seasons when you reap, plant again, reap, and plant again, and reap again. But it says here the end of it is here. So when you stop, then there's a point where you rest from planting. So it's about a month or two out. Then you start planting again and you start the cycle over again. Because it ends right here, right after Tabernacles. Feast of Tabernacles when that ends. It's when you gather in. It's called the Feast of Ingathering. You're gathering your stuff at the end of the year, of the planting year. All right? And one more, we're gonna end this out, man. One more, Deuteronomy 16:16, and that's gonna be it. Let's end it there. Let me make sure. Is this 16:16? Is it just correct? No, it's not 16:16. Uh, 16:13. All right, here we go, right here.
Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 13. Thou shalt observe the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days. After that, thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine.
See, the ingathering is of corn and wine. Yeah? Corn and wine at the end of the year. So it's talking about gathering crops, right? Tabernacles is that when you gather in corn and wine crops. This isn't the end of the year. This is the end of the planting year when you just gathering your crops. Is what this is speaking of here. Let no one trick you and say, "Oh man, that's the end of the year." No, it ain't. This verse right here tells you what you're gathering in is corn and wine. It's planting and reaping. Right? Let me stop sharing that. And all right, is there any questions before we shut it down? Any questions before we close it down? Any questions? I'll stop the live stream.
You know, the way this ended, that's amazing that the Most High is coming back to tabernacle with us. But this gathering is of corn and wine.
Corn and wine.
Huh.
Strong stuff. We just had some stuff about wine was strong. Sustains you. This is what's happening right now. The Most High for the gathering, the corn and the wine.
Wow. Oh, he's reaping the harvest. Wow.
Reaping the harvest. Reaping, there you go. He's reaping the harvest. He's reaping the harvest, man. It's getting close, man. Let me stop the lives. Anybody, any questions, reach out to me on my channel, The Way, the Truth, and the Life on YouTube. Anybody can go and leave a comment. I get a notification and I can reach back out to you. So, and thank everyone for listening or going to listen to this later.